It is Wednesday, my dudes, and when it is Wednesday, we paddle in the pool. Welcome, one and all, to Paddling Pool number 321. We're hot off the presses of the Golden Paddling Pool last week. I am Frostix, joined by Zari. We got Osu here, because Jorion, our streamer, is very big on Osu. And we still got the Subway Surfers, much like other paddling pools.
Indeed, that has become a bit of a staple here. You got to keep the audience entertained, you know. We are waiting for everything to get reset up again and ready to get into this. Distinct versus Uwu is where we are starting today. Technically, this is round 2, but round 1 started a little bit early on us. So we are about to get into this right now, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I've been... Over the last couple of weeks, I've been seeing a lot of Distinct lately. Of course, I'm pretty sure they placed pretty high within several SAC qualifiers. I think they did take a qualifier, but then take second in another qualifier. That was the one that I casted. So they've got some accolades on their belt, Zari.
Yes, they do. Oh my goodness, do they? But I will say, for a place to start, as the first map on this selection of maps we have ahead of us, Sturgeon?
Yeah, you know, at this point, take this as a good omen, buy a lottery ticket, book a trip to the casino. I don't know if we're ever going to see Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control. This is literally the first time I've casted a match on Sturgeon, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, I only see this in, like, random PBs, right? This is not something that I think I have casted in quite some time. So, what a place to be starting today. I will say Uwu have picked this. They wanted to be here. So, I suppose it depends on if they cook with it? Like, I don't know. It does depend.
It just depends. I think, like, maybe they are just insane Anarchy Open Warriors to the point where they've consistently played on map modes like Sturgeon Shipyard. Something off the top of my head, the only thing that I know about this map for sure is that elevation is here in spades. So obviously, not only because this is a TC match, but because of the elevation on Sturgeon, of course, we're definitely going to be seeing the likes of Buckets and Blasters, the B&Bs, if you will.
Yes, they do like this map and Tower Control specifically, so it can work very well for them here. But yeah, yet again, that like elevation in this map specifically does kind of lend itself to, you know, being in the right position for when like the like push starts. It can really help you to kind of get that little bit extra out of it before the other team can shut it down. And yeah, I just... this is giving me Splatoon 2 flashbacks. Like, feels like the wrong game.
Yeah, like, what is this? What is this, a couple years ago? Honestly, now that you're mentioning the past games, it just immediately takes me back to the fact that Splatoon had its 10-year anniversary yesterday.
Yes, it had. I had a friend of mine who was just out of the blue just messaged me being like, "Oh my god, happy 10 years!" And I was like, 10 years of what? And he was like, Splatoon! And I was like, it's now? Wait! Oh, it is! Oh my god! So yeah, it's insane that it's been 10 years. 10 years of our silly little Squid Game. Oh my god.
And we'll have a lot more years to come, but right now let's focus on the now. Distinct is sporting a vanilla tri-stringer. That's going to be interesting to see. Meanwhile, on Uwu, they do have the blaster that we were talking about earlier. We're also seeing vanilla Nautilus come out from Uwu. That's going to be that's also something that's really interesting to see.
Yes, indeed. Definitely comps that are a little bit more off meta, which, to be fair, Distinct like lives by off meta, right? That is the way they come to play these tournaments. They are not about, you know, like the Snipe Riders and the Tacticoolers. It's not really their thing. So, but already we see 2 of Distinct going down, which does mean they're having to kind of find their way out here. Tiger still stuck in the center, trying to kind of make it work, staying alive for now. And the blaster and another one does end up going down. This could be the turnaround that Distinct was waiting for.
We see Distinct get onto tower, only just for a little bit though, not too long. They need to worry about the Zuka coming out from the shot being fired off from that elevation that I was talking about earlier. Here comes the rain from that Nautilus as well. There's a lot of chip damage I think I'm noticing from Distinct. They have the pencil, they have the blaster, they have that ink storm coming from the Nautilus and the Nautilus itself. That being said, all the chips in the world cannot stop the hungry Distinct from pushing that to first checkpoint here. That's still points on the board for them. That shot, Rafa is almost at that the Zuka once more here, and it's just they're just contesting for high ground right now, and that's just I think that's just the name of the game right now.
Indeed, it is. They just have to keep getting them kind of pushed off and pushed back here to continue this push moving. And they are able to get through. That is a wipe. Distinct continue to push that tower, get to that second checkpoint, and they'll get through it before Uwu can do anything about it. And there is the bubble, but it doesn't last long. Not on tower, not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the bubble being popped right near the end was probably what Distinct needed, just some bonus shielding, and then the hammer being popped once more. I think, was that by the Zimmy? The Zimmy, I think? Because Distinct had a Zimmy?
They did indeed.
Yeah, there it is, there's Zimmy.
Yep, there it is.
Not Zimmy, but Mini.
Yes, have the Mini there to just give them a little bit extra, like, ability to grab space. But yeah, it started off not great for Distinct, but they were able to kind of hold the space until they could kind of like reconvene and start that push, and then it didn't really stop. Not really. Definitely still here. They're just taking a lot of the space that I think Uwu would thrive a lot in. Like, I think, well, of course, Shot can create its own space, but especially things like like the Custom Blaster, and maybe the Nautilus can like definitely thrive with a lot of more space to their hands, but Distinct just controlling that space, whether or not that be the low ground or especially the high ground on, once again, the very elusive Surgeon Shipyard, proves that they will claim that map. So we're going to something a little bit more familiar. This is going to be Clam Blitz on Museum. Yes, indeed. Now, this is back to kind of the comfortable Splatoon 3 kind of map mode meta that we see a lot of. So, yeah, Clam Blitz Museum can very much be back and forth, depending on if you're able to kind of rebound from being pushed into your spawn, right? That is the big thing, that if you get stuck fighting on your spinner for too long, if you get stuck before getting into mid, then it kind of just stalls the game away. So it's very, very important that both of these teams are able to kind of clear out the spinner and get back into mid, keep that fight in mid for as much as possible before they're able to push. So
yeah, Spinner's just like one hell of a spot to get out of, whether or not this is Rainmaker or, as we're seeing, Clan Blitz. We're diving straight into the action. We're seeing Rafa switch over to Splash-O-Matic. We're seeing, I think this is a different Tri-Stringer. This is potentially a different kit here, and I think that's also a switch to Roller on the side of Distinct. Meanwhile, on Uwu, I think we're seeing that is the Vanilla Slosher switch, of course, the jack-of-all-trades weapon that V-Slosher can be. Of course, the early game of Clam Blitz is all about at least collecting clams and ensuring that the economy is in your favor. This Roller is just sharking it out like its name is the Megalodon and claiming picks and claiming clams for Distinct. They have the clam economy lead 13-3. They're already up on Uwu's spinner here. They're already taking a lot of space with this mini Splatling as well as this Roller here, and it's just allowing Distinct to take a lot more of the clams in mid. They're very close to a power clam here.
Yes, but just not quite. They just need to kind of, there we go, give each other some clams, and there's the power clam that they were looking for. And already that is a wipeout at a very, very key moment. They've got another power clam just sitting. Muj able to get it in. That's already a push to 39. Below that, there's a power clam that will get it down to 13. They are cleaning up here.
Wait, Zari, Rafa is one clam towards a fourth power clam. If they get this in, the game is over! Right there, they didn't even need a fourth power clam with 7 clams in hand and with expert maneuvering around the spinner of Uwu. That's gonna be the set win for Distinct. That's gonna knock Uwu down over to loser's bracket. Their journey isn't over, however, but speaking of journeys, that will be That will that will be distinct moving further into bracket.
Indeed, and Uwu have a long climb ahead of them down in losers, but it's not the end for them yet. So yeah, that was very, very clean from Distinct. They kind of just like absolutely got their footing that first game and cleaned up this second one.
Yeah.
They had the clam economy, they held their ground, and that's what it took. Also, it's insane. It had gone back up, but the clam made it in somehow.
So that's the lag cheese Jorian was talking about. I see now. Okay, a little bit of Gouda in the back pocket of Distinct there. I think it's like you said earlier, Zari, a key point within Clam Blitz Museum is, of course, just maintaining, just at least holding your ground at your spinner. And that's exactly what Distinct did. They just did not allow the members of Uwu to leave spinner, and then it just allowed the other two members of Distinct to at least get more clams in mid uninterrupted, and allowed those 3 power clams to be made, basically 4, with how much clams that Splash was holding as it made its way to the final few scores.
Yes, indeed. They held their space, they pushed up, they continued to just get the kills and take that space. So it worked out incredibly well for them. And yeah, they are going to be continuing on through the bracket. I do believe next they're going up against possibly Blanks, depending on if Ultraviolet can turn that around. But yeah, that is looking like that's going to be a hard battle for Distinct if they end up against Blanks. But with all that said, yeah, with all that said, we are going to be going to a short break as we get ourselves set up for our next round. Yeah.
So don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool will be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to technically round 3. It's an interesting structure we have today. But anyway, round 3, which is Go. Obviously, you need to say it loud. Versus the Cafeteria.
So, okay, game 2 aside, let's talk about that later. One thing I do want to point out, Team Go, they did place second in Momocon. So, once again, accolades on their belt.
Mm-hmm.
Accolades on their belt.
Plenty of accolades there. Yeah, I'm not ready to get into round 2 yet. I'm still reeling from that. So let's talk about, or not round 2. I mean, match 2. Let's talk about game 1. Rainmaker, Undertow Spillway. This is definitely a map mode combination that we see. It's definitely one where you're gonna be constantly trying to get up on that left-hand side when you're pushing and get round that way, or do a very, very sneaky push up the right ramp. But depending on what kind of comps we're seeing, is that Umbrella?
Whoa. JJ's bringing Umbrella to Umbrella to Paddling Pool. Did this happen in Momocon? What are we doing? This is interesting. Meanwhile, on the side of the Cafeteria, we do have Squelchies on there as well. Some really interesting picks all around as the bubble has popped for the side of the Cafeteria. JJ is very eager to start pushing into the backline, being able to take out Milk Tea and a bucket as well. That's 2 picks for Team Go, and now it just depends on who can pick up the Rainmaker first. That's going to go in the hands of Parks, and they are moving into that first checkpoint here, dodging that bomb and being escorted by that inkjet courtesy of JJ Sorella.
I still have not gotten over that. They have got it popped. They are ready to push. There were 3 down on the side of Cafeteria. Parks decides to go round to kind of get out of the way of that sniper. Are they? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, that was close to a knockout, but the Cafeteria managed to intercept that Rainmaker right before it hit the final pedestal. Oh, JJ just accepted death right then and there here against the 2v1 backed into the corner here. That being said, though, it is deadly close for the Cafeteria, and with Adapt really deadly close to the Rainmaker right before it resets. That could have spelled disaster, but Rainmaker is right back into mid. Go is still on the hot seat though here. They are in control of that Rainmaker, and they're making a mad dash with it. I think it is is that a 1v? Oh, it's a 2v3 right now, with only JJ and Cakes on the field, and with that bucket slowly approaching, and with JJ being shot down by those lasers, I'm not sure if they'll be able to survive for too long.
Yeah, it's certainly a situation to be in, but yeah, Cafeteria is still trying to find some kind of footing here, trying to find some kind of edge to get the Rainmaker. Never mind push it, just get it. They don't have any points on the board. This is doing so much!
JJ, you mad lad. Apparently, they pulled double Umbrella at Momocon before, so like JJ is probably not even unfamiliar with this. They've done this before, and they're doing it so eloquently right now here. And it's like you said, as long as the Rainmaker is in their hands, the Cafeteria isn't getting any points on the board. It's already, once again, in the Cafeteria's ballpark, and even when it's going down, the Cafeteria need to make first they need to get through mid, and then they need to start getting points on the board. And with Cakes and the rest of Go on the defense, it could prove a little bit testy.
Yes, that is definitely, they are quite difficult to get through, to even get past mid. But there were 2 down on the side of Go, which should make at least a push to something viable. It does take them a while to pop it though, and by that time, Go are back into position and ready for another round of defense. The Cafeteria still hasn't picked this up. They're still waiting for the perfect opportunity here, and there we go. There it is. Points on the board. Points to 89. Are they able to get further than that? There's already 2 down. Oh my goodness, they just need to kind of mad dash push this, especially because their other player went down as well.
They started dropping like flies, Zari. That's not what you want to do when there's 1 minute, 30 seconds left on the clock to work around here. And already Go is set up with the defense. Cakes has popped the crab. JJ has the Inkjet ready to fly. Parks has the Rainmaker, and they're already eyeing the Fight Club, that first checkpoint that has been popped. Oh, but Parks goes down to a straight bomb. Could this be the opportunity that the cafeteria's been looking for, especially now that there's 2 members down? There's going to be 1 minute left to work around. They need to start putting points on the board. They need to get the knockout in order to win. They need to win in order to win.
Oh, yes, indeed. But already, JJ able to get a pick there. There's another going down, and that special deleted. The Rainmaker, it goes down and will need to be re-popped. We're about to be into the last 30 seconds here. And 2 down on the side of Cafeteria means this is going to be a struggle.
So there's under 30 seconds actually left on the clock here, and Go are not letting go of mid. Here come the lasers from Brendan. Hopefully this will at least shift them down a bit, but that Gal is the first blood of this final team fight here. Already Go is juiced up on Soda. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. They're just driving the Cafeteria further and further away from mid. There's 3 down on Go though. That being said, there's the wipeout. The Cafeteria need to make this push work into overtime here. Brendan is in control of the Rainmaker. The Wave Breaker is coming out from Milk Tea, but there's crab shots being fired on Brendan's feet here. They're taking so much chip damage, and even more, they will fall. Will they survive? JJ is up in the sky with the Rainmaker. There's 2 members down on the Cafeteria. Parks has gone down with this Rainmaker in the hands of Brendan. They're rallying the jumps, but the Go team is moving towards Brendan. Can Brendan survive? We're halfway through overtime. No! The Cafeteria won't be able to make that final overtime push, which means Go will be taking game number 1. Oh, sorry. Now we need to get into game 2.
Oh my god, yeah, we do. I scrubbed that from my brain until just there. No, you're so right. But we've still got a little bit of this game to talk about, and that is how Go. That was like a masterclass of defense there. They just did not let up. Cafeteria had to get a wipeout for them to get further than 89, and 89 is nothing. 89 is walking to the left a bit, but oh my god, yeah, just Go absolutely like sweeping their feet out from under them throughout the majority of that game. It almost ended within the first like minute.
Yeah, exactly. If Parks didn't get intercepted by Soda over there, that would have spelled the knockout. But if anything, Go was just very good at controlling the flow of the game, making sure that all the fights were in their favor. They just had their specials ready to go at the right time. That the crab ready to go in case there was defense. JJ was ready with the Inkjet in case they wanted to shut down a Rainmaker push. They just had the answer for anything that the Cafeteria got, because basically they, like, at bare minimum, all they needed to do was just play defense. But even still, they were willing to just push the Rainmaker out of sheer love of the game, it seems, to keep the Rainmaker out of the Cafeteria hands. Okay, I think it's time we talk about it.
Yeah, I think we must. So, Lemuria Hub.
Yeah, Zone's Lemuria Hub for game 2. This is Go's pick, by the way. This is Go's pick.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna say, JJ, Parks, Adapt, Cake, what is your mindset? This is something that, like, we saw Sturgeon Shipyard game at 1. We're seeing Lemuria Hub game 2. This is insane.
Yeah, what is with these teams today? Why today? Why is this all happening now? I am just so perplexed, but also I'm here for it, I suppose. I don't know what to say about Lemuria on Splat Zones though. It's kind of a bit of a like, that's a map mode we don't see.
We're going into it though, sorry. I think we'll just have to let the map speak for itself. And we're seeing a potentially new switch up for Go as we're seeing the switch to Head It. Meanwhile, on the Cafeteria, they're still sticking with their guns. We're going into game 2. Take us away.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see how this goes. So already they're able to... It almost looks like a huge zone, but it just cuts off under the bridge. Sorry, I was just like, I couldn't quite remember if it was just massive or two. But yeah, already Go gets zone, able to have an incredible presence on mid. The Crab trying to find a pick is able to with the help of JJ, and they are able to continue to hold those zones. But one does end up going down on the side of Go. For that.
With the Tri-Strikes flying out from Cafeteria, the zone is being put into neutral, and with one zone capture, I forgot this was a two-zone map as well!
Yeah.
Us casters are still trying to wrap our heads around the enigma that is Lemuria Hub, the final map that was added in Splatoon's update cycle. But enough about that here. The Cafeteria are right back in the driver's seat. They're very close to taking back the lead. There it is, and with two members of Go down, they're holding back this high ground, this bridge area very effectively here. Brendan will be going down to Cakes. Zone is now neutral with Cakes capping the first zone here, but with the high ground being controlled by the Cafeteria here, it's proving a little bit testy for this retake. But here comes the Crab from Cakes, the Killer Whale from Brendan, able to take out Cakes mid-Crab here. They're holding these two zones very effectively.
Yes, they are. We see that two players go down on the side of Cafeteria, but it doesn't seem like Go's in the right position to do too much about it. They're able to get another pick, but a player, Parks, does end up going down, and JJ is kind of out of position, but still Umbrella, so does take the two players to take them down, even though there is a trade involved. Go able to take back the zones and get working on the tiny penalty points that they do have.
And now they're going to start counting down from the 70 threshold here. They're going to be out of the 70s shortly here, and they're taking good control of this mid-bridge. I think that's what you want to do on the Lemuria Hub. I have no idea here. Adapt is almost at the splashdown with those Tri-Strikes coming in from the Cafeteria here. They may need to pop them soon. Milk Tea is almost at their wave breaker before going down to JJ here. And here comes the Inkjet. Look out above. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it is Inkjet from JJ taking out Soda. Milk Tea, Mirage. 3 picks for JJ, allowing Go to stay in the hold.
Yes, indeed. And pushing Cafeteria completely into their spawn. So that does mean that Go gets the lead there as well, because they're able to hold Cafeteria back so far here. But finally, it seems like the hold is breaking, and Go have to back out, but not JJ. JJ is still on that far zone, holding it as best as they can against two players. Last alive as well as they're backing out. Oh my goodness.
The Umbrella Shield works so much wonders. It kept the Cafeteria stalled for just a little bit, which now means Go is right back into the scene. They have Splashdown ready from Adapt, and the Inkjet is already out from JJ as well. Zone is now basically into neutral, but the Cafeteria are holding down the line very effectively here. They already take out 2 members of Go here and are almost close to taking back this zone, so long as Mirage can keep JJ in line and get this second zone as well. It's a 2v1, and JJ's being forced to back up. Zone is right back into the possession of the Cafeteria here. That being said, there's 2 members down, and with Soda being deployed by Go, and with the Inkjet almost being halfway ready here, Go still have this hold. Cakes does also have the Crab, so if that's set up in a good spot, it could prove testy for the Cafeteria for this retake.
Indeed it could. They are kind of coming... It's coming down to it as well, because we are into the last minute here. This is not impossible for Cafeteria to take back. They just need to get the picks, and they need to have that space and be able to take it back. But as that's happening, not enough picks are coming out on the side of Cafeteria, and JJ's back in, back in
JJ! Oh man. These guys need anti-air equipment if you want to deal with someone like JJ here. Cakes is almost at Crab once again. Go is out of the 10s into the single digits with under 30 seconds left. Soda has Tri-Strikes. This could put Zone into neutral and keep the Cafeteria in this match. The Zone is trying to be capped by both teams. And there it is! The Zone flips with 1 tick remaining. The Cafeteria are still in this match, but there's under 10 seconds left. Once again, the Cafeteria need to work this out in overtime if they want to get Lemuria Bay in their hands. Zari, you have to break this down for us.
Yes, we have yet again returned to the you have to get a KO or you lose situation. Second game in this set where that is the only option on the side of Cafeteria. And they're certainly putting in work. That is 3 down. JJ is the only one left alive. And the best way to deal with Umbrella is to collapse on them like they just did there. So this is exactly what they need to do. They just need to stay alive, keep that pressure on them, keep go from the zones. They are working down that timer.
Wait, will they be able to make it? They're in the single digits now. They're holding go at their spawn. Zone is in neutral here. The tri-strikes are coming out. Here comes the splash out from Adapt. Zone is still in neutral. Both sides. One zone is in control of Go. It is deadly close. 1 point differential here. It is a 2v3 here. Go is collapsing in on Mirage. No! What was this match? This went down to a single point differential in overtime. 99-98. This map is still going in the hands of Go. What an overtime, Zari.
Oh my god! It truly looked like it was just kind of like Cafeteria. It was gonna kind of crumble in the last moments before overtime. That overtime run began, right? It looked like maybe they weren't going to be able to hold it, but the triple that they ended up getting and then being able to collapse yet again on JJ, that was exactly what they needed. But then you have so many points to get through. You have to hold it consistently for so long, and they almost had it. They almost did. Oh,
yeah, that
incredible.
That was heated as all hell here in this final overtime here. I think they drained the entire overtime timer. Here it is, deadly close. One zone was in control of both teams, but with Go being able to divide their players very evenly and keep the Cafeteria guessing on who is attacking from each angle here, they just got overwhelmed here, especially considering they had to keep them at bay for almost an entire, I think, extra minute within overtime. Wow.
Yeah, I'm just still like, what was that? But it ended up working for Go, but it almost didn't, right? What a pick for them to make.
So, I will say though, I'm noticing a trend between the last two sets. The game we got before Museum Clams was always a map that is barely seen. Last set was Sturgeon Shipyard. This set was Lemuria Hub. So, of course, with that theory in mind, Game 3, potentially the final game if Go gets this, once again on Clamblitz Museum.
Yes, indeed. Clamblitz, it all comes down to... Well, it comes down to this whether or not the set continues, I suppose. Cafeteria need to take this game, and it does seem like they are getting into the flow of things a lot more that second match. They were able to get points on the board more consistently. Now, not hold as long as Go, except for the last bit there. We are going to go back and continue talking about that and hope that they sort that out. But yeah, so it does seem like Cafeteria are like at the point where they're just that little bit more warmed up than they were at the start. So I'm hoping going into this that they're able to start strong off the correct foot and just like get a push off the board straight off the bat, because that is something that they haven't really been able to do and is what Go has done consistently.
Yeah, they've been doing it in spades. They opened that Rainmaker match by setting it to 1, and they kept holding that zone, pushing it, once again, to 1 point here. It's almost like as if they're wanting to keep it at 1. That way, of course, it puts the enemy team into panic mode. Especially, that's kind of what's been happening in the past 2 games. I think more so within that zones match, and it was deadly close, of course, to taking it for the Cafeteria. So, we said last set when we saw Uru and Distinct, one thing that of course you have to keep in mind when it comes to Museum on Clams is just maintaining your presence on that basket area, the spinner. That way, of course, that way you don't need to be worried about flushing out, not worried about going back into mid and ending your push early.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. You just need to be so ready to kind of capitalize on anything that you can. And yeah, Clam Blitz, it is certainly a mode that you need to have the economy in your favor and also have the positioning and the advantages. Everything needs to line up for you to get a like a game-winning push, right? Or else you're just going to go back and forth.
You do really need the stars to align, but as long as you can have a couple of people in mid to at least collect the clams for you, and as long as they're uninterrupted in it, you can use the almighty box within Museum Clam Blitz here. That'll just cut you straight past the spinner and right up to the basket here. You don't need to worry about maneuvering around the spinner like we saw Rafa do back in round 2, and it just... That is just an insanely placed box, man. I'm just gonna say
it. Yeah, like we didn't really need a shortcut to the basket. I don't think that was maybe the best idea when you can just throw up clams anyway. But we have it. We do indeed have it.
There,
it is indeed there.
Yeah. It's there. I mean, it does prove useful, of course. Museum was a Splatoon 1 map, and it didn't come into Splatoon 2 when Clam Blitz was introduced. So when it was brought back into 3, of course, they had to, I think, remodel things a little bit to allow it to work within the mode of Clam Blitz that was introduced in Splatoon 2.
Mm-hmm. That is very true. You need to have multiple ways to get towards the basket. But that one's like right beside it, man. I'm like, oh my god.
True. It's like
just a little hop.
I mean, like, Museum is known for its shortcuts. Of course, you know, the mid spinner can take you right to the first checkpoint in Museum Rainmaker. But a shortcut that allows you to immediately get to the basket from mid, insane.
Absolutely insane. So, yeah, it's certainly it's certainly something to keep in mind, and also incredibly important to defend that, or just throw a wall, you know what I mean? Like, have just a wall up whenever they're trying to push so that some sneaky frontliner can't just, like, sneak by you with like 7 clams in a dream, right? So, you just need to keep in mind when you're on the defense. But yeah, I will say, a map that I hope we get to see, but maybe I shouldn't talk about this because it feels like it could commentator curse, but I'd love to see some Manta Maria, so I do hope that Cafeteria is able to pull this back in this game so we get to a game 4, because you don't see Manta Maria very often, and I don't even know the last time I've seen it on Tower Control in a tournament either. But regardless, Cafeteria has to win this first.
Yeah, they have to take this Clam Blitz match onto Museum. We're getting a little bit of a turnaround on the map, waiting for others to load in, and here we go. We are seeing, once again, Go sticking to their guns. Same thing with the Cafeteria here. Of course, if their guns have been working for the last 2 games, why switch them here? So now we're going straight into the match. Players are already diving straight into mid to start collecting the clams. Of course, that's what early game Clam Blitz is about, maintaining the economy on your side. Already, we see 8-4 in an early clam lead for the Cafeteria, and Adapt being the first blood of this match here. The Soda has come out from Go, however. That being said, there's 2 members down. JJ's in an isolated 1v1, taking out Brendan, having Mirage in their sight as well here. When you deal with Umbrella Shield, you need to, of course, respect its space, and that's another pick being a trade for JJ, which evens out the odds for Go, who are already up on the Cafeteria's spinner.
Oh, there's a trade goes on, but still Go is taking up so much space. They have more of the economy in their favor, but already Milk Tea able to utilize their range and get the picks necessary to slow that way down. And the question now becomes, are they able to fully push out Go and return this back to a fight for mid? It does seem like they've at least got them off the core area up here, but are they able to kind of get them fully out of spinner?
Exactly. Now Go also has the means to start a push with a power clan being built in the backline. Make it 2 with JJ. Is that the box? Is that the box I see?
That's the box! That's the box!
The shortcut! JJ taking the box, allowing 2 power clams to go in for Go, which gives them the lead right off the bat, and that's the lead that you want in Clan Blitz. That 60 threshold being either reached or broken, and that's what Go immediately did. So now the Cafeteria do have a Pity Clam in their wake, and I think they're already poised to start going up into the court onto that spinner.
Yes, they're definitely trying to set up for it, but there's that Inkjet kind of pushing them back, stopping them from being ready to do what they want to. Immediately the special does end up, the Wavebreaker does end up going down. They are able to take out JJ, but there's 2 down on the side of Cafeteria, which does slow things down just that little bit, but they do end up taking down some players on the side of Go at the same time.
Exactly so here. They do now have another power clam built for themselves, so they have 2 power clams lying in wait for this push. Now it just depends on how they execute this push onto it. Do they go with the box like JJ did before? Are they eager to do that? No, it's actually looking like they're pushing through that spinner with those tri-strikes being able to take at least the head it down. They will be able to take out Cakes as well. That's no Crab that'll be in their way. However, there's a big bubbler being provided by Adapt here. They're taking more chip damage. Adapt has gone down. It's now JJ left, but with the rest of Go rallying towards the spinner here, it could prove testy, but there's the power clam score for the Cafeteria. Milk Tea is throwing some more spare clams in. The Pity Clam is still there. They're close to taking the lead. There it is. The Cafeteria take the lead back from Go. A 1-point differential here, and that's really all they need right now, because now they are within a more comfortable position. That being said, though, Go could potentially take this back with a single power clam if things go awry.
Well, no, they would need a single power clam and a single clam to do that because of the penalty points on the board for them. But that is 2 down, and that will seem to happen almost immediately. Oh my god, there's another power clam.
Oh, there it is, a second power clam has hit the basket courtesy of JJ here, and the specials are coming out in spades. The Crab Tank and the Inkjet just firing off onto the Cafeteria. There it is! The Gouda in Go's back pocket. The lag cheese continuing Go's push. They still have a couple more clams. Cakes has the final 3 clams left to end this. They're pushing it in. They need 1 more clam. JJ, no, they're going down, and they're being wiped out too. There's 1 minute left on the clock for the Cafeteria to take this back. Once again, a similar situation to how they were in. Oh my god.
Every time Go's like, yeah, we'll just KO you. And then they're like, oh wait, hold on. And then Cafeteria's like, what do you mean we have to KO you? What do you mean? Every single time. Oh my god. Well, it does mean we get more Splatoon out of the games, but still, that is such a struggle of a place for Cafeteria to be at. They have got 53 real points to get rid of, plus an additional 13 penalty points on the board. They need to get to the basket. They're gonna have to go into overtime because they've got 5 seconds left otherwise. So yeah, this is going to be a struggle, but that's 39! And JJ's coming for spawn!
Wait, that being said, JJ has been seen to be a one-man army, taking out Soda. They drop the power clam into the box. That being said, the clams are being scored by the Cafeteria here. That power clam is fading away though, and Go are just storming that spinner, that core area. There are 2 members down. Soda is trying to make a mad dash for it, going down to Adept, and with overtime coming to a close, I'm sorry, Zari, we won't be seeing Manta Maria as Go take the set 3-0 once again with 99 points, 3 in a row.
What in... Oh my god. That was insane! That was absolutely insane. Oh my god. But it did seem like Cafeteria was able to get some good pushes, but oh my god, was Go just able to get so much more.
Wow.
Count with this team.
Wow. Oh, yeah, you know, all these reactions are warranted considering how they were doing, but the Cafeteria still put up a very good fight. They did manage to stay their ground on the spawn. They had the means to get a push going towards the end of the game, since they had technically three power clams in their wake. They had one that was initially being scored, but then JJ drops the second power clam, putting it towards mid again. And they had that pity, but no one was there to pick it up to prolong the push. So it was only that one power clam. Oh, the cheese!
The cheese!
The cheddar! The mozzarella! The Parmesan, man!
Truly, very, very top fancy cheese we're getting today, but still cheese nonetheless, coming out from Go there. Just, oh my god, I still can't get over that they got to win every single one of those games. What?
I mean, when it comes down to something like Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, more so Rainmaker, I feel like it's warranted, but Zones? And Clams too?
Yeah.
And I still feel like I'm recovering from Lemuria Hub being mentioned.
It feels like we still didn't get enough time to, like, fully bask in the weirdness of that. And also, that they picked such a weird map that they almost lost. Like, one that they almost lost was the most out-of-pocket pick of the entire collection of maps. So
that was also theirs, by the way.
Yeah, they chose that and they almost lost on it. I'm just like, oh my god. Just truly, what the frick is going on?
Yeah,
but we are going to have a moment of reprieve, and so will you, as we go to a short break before we get into the next set, which I do believe is going to be quarterfinals. Correct me if I am wrong.
It is going to be winners bracket round 4, quarterfinals. We are set to see 3-point divers go up against whoever wins between Kanden and Crash Out. So of course, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Padlin in the pool. And we are back with more paddling in the pool. For those just joining the stream, I am Frostix. I'm joined by Zari. We are still hot off the presses of seeing Go and the cafeteria go in that insane set. And now we're seeing more, potentially another heated set, as we're seeing Kanden Seed 1 and 3 Point Divers Seed 7. This is now quarterfinals.
Indeed it is. This is setting up to be a hell of a set. And we are really looking forward to getting stuck into this straight away with Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge.
Okay, so we have some instances of greats here, but I don't really see a lot of teams going for the great push. Of course, it's always going to be that hard right side push, but that hard right side checkpoint, did I just see Tentabrella? 3 Point Divers, wow, Tentabrella, so Tentabrella, that is a ballpoint and a brush as well. That's going to be some interesting things for Kanden to work around here, and Slasher's already going to get that pop for 3 Point Divers here. Iguisa's trying to keep things on damage control, as there are now 2 members down on 3 Point Divers, clearing the board. That is mid. Three divers have gone down, and now Kanden is poised to get that first checkpoint.
Yes, indeed, without too much to worry about. And already they're able to get another 2 picks. And that's actually, that's the 3rd pick on the side of 3 Point Divers. And another one, the only one alive is this brush.
Yeah, it's, oh no!
Never mind.
Akira's gone down as well! Caster's curse coming into full effect here. And now, Kanden are just delivering the arsenal to 3 Point Divers. The crab is coming out. Bake has gone down, unfortunately, here. That being said, they push the lead to 17. There's 2 members down on Kanden, though, here. As long as they can flush the rest of Kanden out, at least they'll have the space to themselves. And that sword has gone down. That Splash is in mid. Hyperstar has picked up that Rainmaker here. They are now in the driver's seat. They need to make their way through mid and get to that first checkpoint.
Yes, indeed. And they definitely need to kind of work their way forward, because Kanden are still trying to hold ground, but they are backing up. 1 player ends up going down, 2 players end up going down, 1 player jump out, and I think the last one that was in mid was that brush. They're still there for now, but are they they're able to jump back out again. So they're a little bit split at the moment, but they're able to find the picks they need to keep this on their side. 3 Point Divers, never mind, that is 2 down.
2 divers have gone down here. Akira's trying to throw that hammer to no avail and going down to the, I don't even know, maybe the blaster here as the Rainmaker resets once more. It's right back into mid. The brush and the pencil are down on both teams. Once again, 3 Point Divers have no points on the board. Kanden has been holding them in mid for a very long time here, just not allowing them to get any space. 3 Point Divers are now in control of the Rainmaker, however, Baki's trying to get some more chip damage onto them here. Already the sword's going down on the side of Kanden. The crab has come out from Kanden as well, but Yaga has that first checkpoint in sight. There it is! And with 3 members down on Kanden, 3 Point Divers could have a push in their hands as long as they can deal with this oncoming onslaught.
Yes, indeed. It's so incredibly important that they get some picks here. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to push forward. And that is what their backline down. Another player down, Rainmaker. And I do believe the brush ended up going down. I think that was a delayed wipe there, perhaps. Brush trying to stall, but doesn't really have the room to work with it and has to back out.
And they do have to back out here. Not a lot of space left for them here as Kanden is just rallying towards that checkpoint, securing the Rainmaker. Bake is poised to actually make a quick shortcut here. Yaga does at least call them out before going down to a charge shot from Bake here. If anything, I think they're poised to start pushing as long as they can find a way to deal with Hyperstar with that Inkjet here. I think they're at least managing to whittle down 3 Point Divers, though, as 2 of the divers have gone down. Hyperstar is taking a lot more chip damage going down to, I think, the Splash here. Yaga's going down as well, but they are going 2 down to Akira.
Yes, indeed. And there goes another. Akira does end up going down. But that will kind of like stall out Kanden from trying to get to that Rainmaker again. But the Blaster able to help out and get some pop of their own. They're able to keep that Rainmaker in play and continue to find another push.
And right now, they're right back on the hot seat already. Yaga's down. That's no tent to worry about if you are Condon. And with Egoista popping the crab to put a little bit more chip damage on 3-point Divers area here. And same thing with this Stamper putting more damage and a little bit more of a distraction here as Condon is right back in control of the Rainmakers. They're trying to deal with it, but there's 2 members down. Egoista's going down to Yagazuka. There are 3 members down on Condon. There's going to be under 30. There's going to be around 30 seconds left for 3-point Divers to take this game back. They need to start making their way fast.
Yes, indeed. Rainmaker in overtime is infinitely more difficult because one wrong move and it is over. So they need to get as far as they can before the timer ticks the whole way down. But they still need to be careful about that. We are coming into the last 10 seconds before overtime. And there's 1 down on each side. But the... Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Dear.
With 3 very pivotal specials being popped within the last seconds of the game, with the Crab, the Zipcaster, the Kraken, they were all zeroing in on, I'm not sure who had the Rainmaker on the side of 3-point Divers here, but I practically spelt the end for them, which will allow Condon to get game 1.
Yes, indeed. Will make it very, very consistent for them there. But that will mean going into the second game that 3-point Divers has a lot to figure out. And yeah, it seemed like they just didn't have as much impact on the game as they were hoping to. As Candem was just able to hold them back, stall their pushes, and when they were pushing, they got a hell of a lot further.
And that's just what Scorch Gorge is here. That final area past checkpoint 1 is really hard to navigate, especially considering the defending team has so much high ground to their advantage. That's what Condon did really good here. And now, we're actually... Okay, I wanted to talk about this because I just saw this on Sendu. Seed 1 Vanguard is 2... They've gone to Game 5 against the Seed 16 Elira. This is gonna be... If Elira takes this against Vanguard, once again on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, that'll be one hell of an upset.
Indeed. I will just say that it is Scorch Gorge, but it actually is not Rainmaker, as they are glamsing this out. But yeah, we will keep you up to date with what happened to that. But we're about to get into the second game of this set, which is Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. Very much a set, a map that you can get locked out on, which I'd be worried for 3-point Divers on.
Yeah, Condon was almost doing that whenever 3-point Divers was trying to get a push going, and if Condon just takes the space and start moving into that core area once they cap zone, that hold will be hard to break out of. So now we're gonna have to dive into game 2 and see what happens on the side of Condon. What are we seeing? We're seeing a switch to S-Blast from Mia. Meanwhile, on the side of 3-point Divers, we're sticking with our guns. Everything is as usual when it comes to 3-point Divers. I wouldn't doubt them on that as we go into game 2.
Yes, indeed. Also, important thing to note when it comes to 3-point Divers is they are going coolerless as compared to Condon and their Sniper Rider. But already 3 of 3-point Divers end up going down. They get the zone first, but they do get delayed, wiped, and then more players jump in and end up getting brought down. This is the lockout I was worried about.
Oh yeah, we see Egoista's Crab already firing off on that high ground that 3-point Divers is trying to thrive on. Yaga is going down, there's no Zuka here. They have managed to spot the brush on the flank. Slash is trying to hold the ground, taking out Mia here, potentially going for Egoista, but no. Akira has now returned to the scene, trying to take back this space, but Condon are holding the Plaid very effectively here, at least securing 2 more picks onto 3-point Divers here. But now, 2 members down on Condon. Akira is stamping their way to the zone, but they will be going down to Bake. And now to start off with Slasher winning that duel here, but with Bake Pencil being ever so watchful, it could prove testy here, and they're going to be able to get the pick onto Slasher. They are so close to knocking this out.
They are indeed, and with 3 down again, this is not the situation that 3-point Divers needs. They have no time to get to zone. There is one Stamper, but that's not enough. Oh dear.
It isn't enough. It's like you said, Zari. That lockout is going to be deadly if any team manages to execute it properly. That's what Condon managed to do. They just delayed 3-point Divers, constantly keeping them staggered with 2 or 3 members down each time they respawned, and it just not allowed them to have a proper counter push.
Yeah, there was no time for it. They couldn't kind of like build up a counter bush in time. They just kind of didn't have that option. They ended up getting the zone a number of times, but just not with everyone intact. And then that would lead to Kanden just tidying up whoever got there. And that was game, right? They didn't lose the zone. They just kept pushing. And it worked out.
Exactly here.
For 3-point divers.
Not for 3-point divers, just keeping them at bay. And like even when 3-point divers respawn, they respawn without a lot of important specials, like say the Zuka, or from I think from Yaga, of course, or just the hammer as well. So once again, we're going into a potential 3-game sweep if 3-point divers doesn't take this game 3, which will be Clam Blitz once more on Mahi. Oh, not Mahi Mahi. What am I saying? This is Umami Ruins.
Yes, indeed. I do want to let you know, just before we get into this, that Vanguard was able to take the final game of that set. So they are continuing on, but oh my god, did they almost lose it. So,
I will say, if that upset happened, and if Elira did move on into semis, not semis, but quarterfinals, that would be something to see. And I just noticed we switched to Minecraft parkour, but we have no more time to worry about our little stream setup here as we go into potentially match points. Clam Blitz on, oh god, Umami Ruins. Why am I forgetting the name of this map?
Indeed, Umami, what a map. But we are getting into this. No more changes on either side here. They are locked in, and they need... 3-point divers need to make this work. This is match point. This is their last chance before being pushed down to losers.
Exactly so here. Already, the brush has gone down once Egoista has popped the crab once more. That'll be something to worry about if it's not dealt with properly here, as Slasher will be going down to that Splash-O-Matic. Right now, Clam Economy is dead even, almost dead even with 4-5. That being said, there's 2 members down on 3-point divers. They will be respawning quickly thanks to that tactical on their side. But with Kanden just trying to get rid of them as consistently as possible, it could prove testy. But there's 3 members down on Kanden. It's only Bake left here, and they're trying to push onto Bake's position. And that sword is jumping in right in the nick of time to even out the numbers. 2 down on 3-point divers once more. There are power clams being built on the side of 3-point divers as well here, but Kanden is trying to hold them at mid.
Indeed. They're able to kind of get them pushed out. Akira just going around trying to become a nuisance in the backline does end up getting taken out when using their special. And that does mean that Kanden is able to finally kind of move up and get ready to push. And there it is. There's the power clam and the player behind them.
Oh, well, obviously
Snipe Rider? Hold on.
Yeah, you were expecting this to be like, I don't know, like Mia or the sword, but it's Bake! And Bake's still there. They managed to secure the pick onto Hyperstar. Wait, they could rally the jumps unless 3-point divers gets that score in. Bake is very, very overextended right now, and as long as Akira can get those 2 clams in, they get stopped by Egoista. If Bake's still there, they can get another power clam in extremely fast. Mia has the power clam. Is Bake still there? Oh no, Bake's not there.
No. Bake got taken out, but I think just by doing that, that meant that 3-point divers had to turn around and deal with them. We're not going to jump to and go help Akira when they had that basket open. So that's very unfortunate. But 3-point divers trying to get another push in. They've got that power clam very close, but are they going to actually get it to the basket? Whoa.
I think it just depends. That power clam is still alive. Slasher is on the scene. Same thing with Yaga. That tension is trying to move in, but Slasher's gone down. Akira's going into the backline. Akira's going down as well. Kanden are holding the line. They do not want this 1-point differential to be disrupted. And now Kanden is moving into mid. That sword's getting a charge flash pick onto Akira. They just cannot catch a break. That is getting cancelled by Yaga's Zuka here. And now the power clam has been built once again by 3-point divers here. They could have the chance if they get it going. Hyperstar has the Inkjet being cancelled in a trade to Egoista. That Power Clam has broken the basket, but before that, 3-point Divers has gone 3 divers down, making another 3 divers down again!
Yep, yes, indeed. Oh my goodness, delayed a wipe. They are going to have to be on the defense here. We're coming into the last minute and a half of the game. They need to defend this push. They know that Akira is going to try and go behind them. The Snipe Rider is dead. 3 of them are dead. The only one is the Wipeout. Oh my god, but they need to bring the Power Clam. There we go. They are able to make one, pop the basket. They're past that 60-point threshold, but they don't have any more. What? No, they've got the Power Clam.
Splasher comes in with the Pity Clam, allowing 3-point Divers to keep their push going, pushing it to 26 here. And even when they've gone 2 members down, the damage has been dealt onto Kanden. There's going to be 1 minute left for them to take it back here. Already, Bake's picked up the Pity right before another Pity has spawned. Already, 2 divers down on the side of 3-point Divers. They're trying to get rid of Yaga. That way there's no pesky 10 shield.
No.
Oh no! 2 Power Clams have been built from Kanden.
No.
One going in from Bake. Mia is charging that Booyah Bomb, allowing them to stay there. A second Power Clam has hit the basket, 35 to 26. Bake with the third!
Oh, there is...
Power Clam has hit the basket, allowing Kanden to take back that lead within the last 30 seconds.
That is, oh my goodness, exactly not what 3-point Divers needed. They had the lead, they had the advantage, but just because of what they needed to spend everything to get that advantage. That is 3 down. That's only the Snipe Rider. They need to just get that in, and they get it in. That is lead. Hyperstar needs to get out of there and is able to get the jump.
That being said, though, I think Kanden is very close to another Power Clam here. They need to make this work within half of overtime. Here comes their Pity. Egoista has 2 Power Clams here. Kanden could take this back. It's 2 points, but there's 2 members down on both teams. Egoista's trying to roll this in with the Crab! Wait! No! Overtime! Wait,
but it was too late!
Overtime came so close! What is this game, Zari?
Oh my god! Oh my god! And also, even had they have gotten that in, they needed to wait for the Crab to either die or finish before they could put in the second Power Clam, but they didn't even get the chance to do that. That looked like Kanden had the response to that incredible push from 3-point Divers, but then they just did it again!
Yeah, I will note, 3-point Divers managed to get that lead into overtime, and basically gave, what's it called? When overtime started, Kanden goes like, okay guys, you need to get this push going in overtime in order to take back the lead. 3-point Divers takes back that lead, and then immediately turns the table on Kanden and says to them, okay, you do it then.
Do it again! Do it again!
Do it again.
I dare you.
Do it again with half of overtime left on the clock.
Oh my god! Truly incredible from 3-point Divers. They're able to turn that around, bring the comeback when it was so incredibly important. Now, they have to do it twice more, but I don't know, after that kind of like performance from them, I think they could do it. I think they definitely have it in them, but match point continues.
So welcome to Game 4, TC on Hagglefish here. We're sticking with the same comp that Kanden that Kanden brought out for Clam Blitz with Mia on the S-Blast. Understandable choice. Booyah Bomb can work wonders if it is, of course, thrown in the right spot. 3-point Divers, of course, sticking with their guns, so it'll just be a mad dash to see who can probably get the numbers advantage or who can claim the most space first here. Of course, Akira as well as Slasher are trying to stick to those side lanes, but it's what those weapons can do already. But with Yaga and Slasher going down, that's the number advantage going for Kanden here, and now it just depends on if they can stay on the tower. It doesn't look like they're willing to do that unless someone steps onto the tower right now.
Yeah, indeed. It's still kind of staying in that neutral mid. They're trying to get it moving, but there's only so much you can do. Well, there's still so many players alive on the enemy team, but that's 2 down on the side of 3-point Divers. A third goes down. This will mean they should be able to make it to that first checkpoint. They may not be able to make it through the entirety of it, but oh my goodness, there goes Yaga down, and There's no one near the tower. No one to stop them except Akira.
Uh-oh. Akira,
Oh!
like a ballistic missile, intercepting that first checkpoint here. That being said, Kanzen did get at least past the first checkpoint. They don't need to worry about stopping there again, and Akira's being forced to jump out once more. Tower has been lost by Kanzen. That sword is already going down. There's 2 members down on Kanzen. 3-point divers does have potentially what it takes, and Akira is just sliding in and out before being going down to Baki. There's 2 members down on Kanzen. Yaga, wait, they did switch something. Yaga is on Vanilla Tense. That's gonna have an ink vac here. That's gonna stop all the firepower, and that's an ink vac shot to the face on Egoista. And now, 3-point divers will be able to get past that first checkpoint here, not making it to the lead just yet. But as soon as I say that, there it is.
There comes that curse. But truly, the Brella, and especially that one, is so incredibly good at stalling out any kind of retake that Kanzen wants to do on the tower. That it has the shield, it has the special for it. It just kind of needs to keep the attack coming from one side. But that is 2 down on 3-point divers. So the backline, the Brella, are trying to back out. Brella being the only one that makes it, but they are still taking names, both sides doing a lot of damage, but it does seem like Kanzen is just eking out that player total over 3-point divers at the moment.
Exactly right now here, especially considering that 2 divers have gone down. Make it 3 with Hyperstar going down to Egoista's Crab here. And now Kanzen is right back in the driver's seat here. They're eyeing to get that lead back. It is potentially attainable since 3-point divers didn't necessarily make it to that second checkpoint during their push here. That being said, here comes the intercept. That being said, Akira is going down. There's 2 members down on 3-point divers here. Slasher is going down in a trade. There's at least 3 members of Kanzen still present here. The Booyah Bomb is being charged by Mia again to displace and claim more space for Kanzen, and now they have taken the lead. They're past that 3rd checkpoint here, past the 2nd checkpoint here. They're on that 3rd checkpoint here. They're deadly close to knocking this out, Zari. Okay, so they will be able to at least take the tower again here. That being said, 3-point divers is trying to at least hold down their space. They are able to intercept Kanzen, taking them away, forcing them to jump out here. They are still in this game unless they deal with this sword, who is still deep in the backline here. Hyperstar is trying to at least get the fire down onto them here. So now it just depends on if they can get the tower from basically their side of the map to the other side of the map. Yaga's back is exposed here. You don't want to be doing that when you have the ink vac just sucking up shots, returning the shots back at them here. There's 1 minute left on this clock for Kanzen to take this back. Zari, you gotta break this down. Unless she isn't here yet.
Oh my goodness, sorry. At the moment, with this Snipe Rider that was backed off, they did end up going down. That does give them a little bit of leeway here. 3-point divers able to get on that tower and get to the 2nd checkpoint, but they have now used this vacuum, so they will not have another one for getting to that 3rd checkpoint. Now they're getting close. We're just like down to 9 points less than. Are they going to be able to make it to 14 in time? Yes, they are.
Woo! And there it is again, 3-point divers taking the lead with barely any time left on the clock here. Kanzen now need to do the opposite. Once again, 3-point divers saying, do it again. Now, Kanzen need to ride the tower from their side of the map to 3-point divers here. And all 3-point divers need to do is just hold them down at mid. Already Bake's going down. The sword has the zip caster ready to go. Mia is on that tower. And here comes the sword. The zip caster is going live. Already Akira's going down. That's no ballistic missile in their way, and it's only Yaga left here. They don't have Vac here, and their 10 shield is whittling down. Yaga's gone down. The rest of 3-point divers has respawned here. Akira is having their eyes on the tower. Can they pull a ballistic missile play again here? No, they're actually being bomb spammed out by... Oh my god, wait. Here comes the Booyah Bomb. They're at the 3rd checkpoint. Will they, if they get past this? Oh, the wipeout! Oh, are they backing that? Oh.
Damn it! Oh, they had it all lining up for them, but they just couldn't get the defense right just when they needed it.
And there it is. Kanzen did it again. They managed to take the tower from there. They took the tower out from the clutches of heck into their side of the map. And with that, Kanzen have their tickets punched over to semifinals, right? Semifinals!
Semis, yeah. So, incredible game, though. From an incredible set from these two teams. 3 Point Divers definitely found their footing coming into these last two games that we saw. But yeah, it's just like the defense wasn't quite there for them right when they needed it. And I have to say, you do not see often someone like coming back in overtime on Tower Control from the other side of the map. Like, you do not see that whenever the points are like 15 and 14. Insane plays from Camden there.
Exactly here. They had to roll that boulder all the way up from the bottom of the hill, and they just did that without losing their grip. And even still, they managed to first get the wipe on the defense, and then took another wipe on the offense, which basically secured them the game, as we see. And they're bagging it to secure that win onto it. We're switching now from Subway Surfers to Minecraft Parkour, it seems.
Indeed, gotta keep the brain rot varied. You don't want to get used to it,
Yeah, of course.
But yes, that in mind, we are going to be going to a short break. I am unsure, but I do believe since the bracket is running a little bit behind, we may be looking at losers coming out of this next break. So, not sure who, but that might be where we're going next. So, stay tuned, and we will be back shortly. Hello everyone, welcome back. We've got a little bit of a like interlude as we wait to see was it semis? Semis is still in the works. So we're gonna drop into losers bracket and have a little look at specifically the team that almost took down Seed 1.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing Elira and Tarcha. Oh yeah, Tarcha the Vet. Okay, why did I think it was Torcha for up until I saw their name? Sorry, Tarcha, if I butchered your name like that. That being said, you are not lying there, Zari. We've been eyeing the bracket, of course, in between sets, and Elira took Vanguard to Game 5.
Yes, indeed they did. Also important to note that Tarcha put Seed 9 into losers. So these,
oh wow,
and they are Seed 24. So we are having upset upon upset today,
okay.
And this is definitely the teams to talk about it because they have both done such things to teams much higher up than them, or got close to it at least. I still can't believe that they pushed it to a Game 5. Elira, that is, and Vanguard. Just insane to me. I cannot wait to see how these teams play to actually understand a bit more of how they did that.
Exactly. There is an alternate timeline out there in which Elira is actually still in winners bracket, potentially going up against Dobby's Hellish Dance. But of course, that's Vanguard doing it right now. And we're back to best of 3, so that the sets will be a little bit shorter, but I would not doubt that the action is still going to be hotter as we start on TC Mako Mart.
Definitely a map mode that exists, and it is a very close quarters map mode at that. So yeah, that will definitely be an interesting place to kind of have these two teams scope each other out, figure out what's going on, and how to best utilize their skills against each other. So yeah, I am intrigued to see what these teams are going to bring to the table. If we're going to get a very aggressive comp from one side, or a kind of slower, more like kind of slow and steady situation coming from the other team. I don't know what we've got with these two teams. So I'm intrigued to see if we get something a little bit off meta, which is always fun.
We'll just have to see what's in store for us already. Splattershot Pro, Sloshing Machine, and the Red Pencil and Splattershot
is
Nova.
That?
Okay.
Elira! Wait!
I will be astonished and amazed if Wolfie kept that Nova in that game against Vanguard. That is insane in the membrane, as Elira is actually going 2 members down against Tarcha the Best right now. Spinel going down to Benji right now. Of course, it's just a battle of course, just whittling numbers down in order to just clear their way for this tower to start moving.
Also important to note, you do not see much of machines going on in tournaments like this, so it's also cool to see one of those on the side of Tarcha the Best. So yeah, just a lot going on with these two teams. I'm very intrigued to see if Elira are able to get to this first checkpoint and get through it before Tarcha can get back to mid.
Okay, I know we've constantly been digging into these teams' comps, but one more thing I need to note: there are 2 Squelchies on Elira. That is 2 vanilla Squelchies, and that'll be one hell of a problem to deal with if you are Tarcha the Best. Already Sorrow getting a pick onto Shiro and Floswer as well. These Squelchies are putting in major work. Those Wave Breakers will be coming in non-stop. Tarcha the Best have to be jumping, not just from these waves, but also this oncoming Inkjet that is going to get cancelled, actually.
Yeah, oh my goodness. 2, 3 down on the side of Elira. The last one still kind of pushed up. Does end up having to, I do believe back out there and able to stay alive just about. But that is a hell of a push coming from Elira, and we are coming to the end of the first 2 minutes here, so that was very quick to getting to that 15-point marker. Obviously, it would have been better had they been able to get through that checkpoint, but 15 still wins games.
Exactly here. It's putting Tarcha the Best in the situation. Once again, like we've seen a lot of times before, you need to get this knockout perhaps in order to get this win. You need to win in order to win. And right now already, Elira are taking very good control of the verticality of Mako Mart. Of course, that Nova's hopping back on that tower. 1 Wave Breaker is being deployed. The Inkjet is also ready to rip if need be, because Elira is right back into tower. Benjix is also starting to try to get the distraction going. And same thing with the other Squelchies, Sorrow!
Oh, talk about a clean up there. Oh my god. That was very well done on the side of Elira there. Able to get that wipeout. But it does seem like they're not going to be able to hold that advantage they got, as with 2 players going down, they have to back out. Shivu is just trying to hold until their teammates are able to come help them in that situation. But yeah, a lot going on.
A lot going on here. Shiro being forced to back out as one of the Squelchies has found them, but now Tarcha the Best is being juiced up here. There's going to be around 2 minutes left on the clock for them to work with. Already they're firing onto Shivu, being able to take them out. Of course, this isn't the blue pencil, that's no soda anyways. And already that crab is being jumped on by those Squelchies here, instead of assassins being sticked on them, if you will. And Wolfie's actually trying to eye a little bit more of the oncoming danger ahead. They still have this Inkjet ready to go, setting up some mines on the stack as well. There is a Zuka coming out from Spinel, potentially being used for anti-air purposes. Oh, both of those Wave Breakers have been deployed by the same time. We're dealing with Venn diagrams right now here. It's pretty a little bit testy for Tarcha the Best right now, because there's still no one trying to jump onto tower and just stop Elira from taking all this space.
Indeed, but Tarcha is finally able to get a pick there without losing someone, which does mean they're able to kind of push up just that little bit more. There's another Squelchies going down, and there's points on the board for them. They are consistently taking down players now without losing any, and that does mean they're able to continue this push and get through. Oh, wait.
Did you notice? You noticed that Sorrow was there, right? And now they're not, and now they're on tower, and now they make it to the first check. I don't know. What was going on here? It looked like, I think Sorrow managed to jump on that tower and prevent Tarcha the Best from moving it further, but I think they managed to call the flank here, but right before the tower cruises right back into mid. Man, these Squelchies are difficult to deal with if you are Tarcha the Best, but they're right back onto tower. That's 1 Squelchie being removed. They're firing onto Wolfie, who's forced to jump out here. That crab is running out. Abby's trying to get some more shots in with their pencil here, but there's 10 seconds left here. It's going to be a lot of work for Tarcha the Best.
Indeed, it will be. And with 2 players down, they are just going to have to try and hold this. And they cannot get off the tower, but that's already 2 players down. No one is there to get on it. And that will mean Elira takes the first game of the set, putting them at match point.
So it is match point, since it, of course, is a best of 3 set. So if they can take the next game, they will be able to move further into losers and get that shot of returning back to winners in a potential grand finals. And the match that could decide that will be Robo Ramen Zones.
Indeed it will. So this definitely, you can get stuck on the approach to the zone for Robo Ramen. So I'd be intrigued to see how Tarcha's going to deal with just the overall damage and pain output and mobility coming out from Elira with those Squelchies and the Snipe Rider. So yeah, and even the Inkjet actually, just all based around that kind of like range and the ability to deal with people before they can get into their own range. So yeah, very, very well played from Elira. They just kept up that aggression the whole way through that game and made Tarch's life kind of incredibly difficult.
Yeah, so, like, you have to deal with not only one Squelchy that can just move in and out of space, you gotta deal with a second one, all the meanwhile you're being constantly chipped away by the Nova, by the pencil here. It's definitely going to be a lot to deal with. You need to keep watch of where those Squelchies are. You can't just constantly be focusing on whether or not the Nova or the pencil is there. You'll need to watch out for those dualies as well. So we're going once again into zone. Of course, while yes, this isn't the pencil with Cooler, Snipe Rider still paints a lot, and Elira does have that, and it does have rain, so it's a little bit extra paint, of course, at the cost of a soda, which Tarcha does have.
Yes, indeed. Which soda can definitely be incredibly helpful, but if you're not going to get the picks with it, then it's just cutting down your respawn time, right? So if you're not getting trades, then the value of the soda kind of diminishes that little bit. Like, it's still helpful that you're back in quickly, but if you're not able to put the enemy team at a disadvantage while using it, then it just kind of diminishes the disadvantage that you have a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can definitely run without it, but it can cover kind of some holes in your comps or strategies to kind of let you kind of bounce back quicker, right? So yeah, definitely not necessary, as Elira is showing, and as we always see from Distinct, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. I was like, oh, I can't remember the name of them. But yes, Distinct also commonly will show that you don't need one if you're playing around it well. So anyway, Spot Zones, Robo Ramen. Let's see if Tarcha the Best can kind of have a little bit of a comeback.
I think in terms of comp switch-ups, I'm not sure if we're seeing anything different unless Spinel wasn't on Bucket earlier, and if Flogmer wasn't on Shot earlier. But we'll just have to see. And one of the Squelchies has switched.
That's what I was gonna say.
We are seeing Chumps as well, this time from Sorrow. So it's not going to be 2 Wave Breakers, it's going to be 1 Wave Breaker and Super Chumps here. And already, Elira is in control of zone. That being said, Tarcha has Zuka and Crab ready to rip. It could prove testy, unless Elira just keeps the hold going, but with these strikes flying in and with the crab shots coming in as well, Tarcha will be able to flip the zone just as quickly, eliminating Shivu as well. Same thing with Sorrow, and now Wolfie and Benjix are on the run trying to stay alive, but Wolfie's going down. Benjix is the last one left, especially since Shivu and Sorrow are now just respawning.
Indeed, Benjix trying to win that 1v1, but just not able to do it. Sorrow also, I forgot that has beacons, which is definitely a sub weapon to use. I forget that has it at all, because who uses that specific Squelchies? But already Tarcha have got that push to 38. They're trying to hold it, but just not quite able to, which means they have a lot of penalty points to get through. But first of all, they need to get the picks that they've started to get right now.
With 2 members down, with Sorrow and the Nova going down as well, and at least allow Tarcha to keep the push and their holds going. They need to, of course, get through their entire points worth down in penalty points and then count it down once again. But they're managing to keep Elira out. That's Sorrow going down once more. Sorrow just cannot catch a break. But with the Nova going down, actually, to Spinel. They have finally responded with anti-air, and there's 3 members down. It's only Sorrow left, and with them being severely outnumbered, Tarcha is now out of their penalty points. They're going to start counting down. They are in the 20s, almost in the 10s here. They could potentially get the knockout if Elira doesn't respond.
Yes, indeed. It's really coming down to it now. Single digits. Elira knows they need to get the picks now. They need to paint this now. But they don't get it done.
Yeah, they just don't. Especially considering when Spinel popped those strikes, they of course brought a little bit of, the block of Parmesan, that cheese grater to just, get it going, make sure the zone is in their possession with a little bit of that, with a little bit of those GG strikes in their back pocket, which means we're going now to a to a tiebreaker to determine who moves on in losers bracket. This could potentially determine the end of a tourney run for both teams.
Yes, indeed. It really comes down to it. This is the last match that one of these teams is going to play today. So it really is incredibly important to both of them that they play their best coming into this match specifically. Also important to note, at least for us, this is the first final game of a set we've got to. So incredibly hype as well.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't really seen tiebreakers here, but if anything, okay, Elira is no stranger to tiebreakers.
Yes, indeed. Reminder, yet again, if you've just tuned in, why these two teams in losers are incredibly special to take a look at is because Elira almost put top seed down here, and Tarcha the best. I think they dropped seed 9 down to losers before going down themselves. So definitely both of these teams have some kind of past with doing some incredible things in some sets that are really stacked against them. So it just depends which of these teams is able to come out on top here, and it all comes down to Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Oh, Scorch Clam. So it is in a similar vein to what we saw before on Scorch Gorge, which is Rainmaker here. But of course, it's now just all the pressure and all the potential fights will happen within the Clam Basket area. And it's very, very tightly packed in here. I think both of these teams could potentially have the means of not just pushing it, but also defending it. Of course, Tarcha has, of course, these map-altering specials, like, of course, the Tri-Strikes, and I think the Crab on the Splash. Meanwhile, I think of course, Elira has Inkjet as well. Inkjet and Wavebreaker. So let's see what's in store. I think Tarcha the best is sticking with their gun. Hydra! G-Tech! Wait. Okay. So Shivu switches from Red Pencil to Custom Hydra with splatter color screen. Sorrow is back on V-Dually, so we're seeing 2 Wave Breakers again. Meanwhile, Wolfie switches from Nova to T-Tech, so now they have a set of strikes of their own.
This is incredibly... What? Hello? This is a choice to be made. The last time I saw this in Paddling Pool, specifically the Hydra, it did not go well for that team, but alright, you'll make your choices, we'll see what happens, but oh my god, Elira!
Oh, it'll be interesting to see if they can get that Hydra with in the right spot during, of course, that splatter color screen is going to be really annoying to work around here. That being said, though, Tarcha the best is claiming a lot of space to themselves, with the Zuga being popped, actually being cancelled, but that being said, Shiro throwing the first power clam of the game into Elira's basket, but here comes that splatter color screen, and the Tri-Strike as well from Elira. That won't stop Tarcha the best from holding it.
Indeed, they can just go straight through it, or they can throw clams through it. So I just don't think it really has as much impact as you would want from it. But at the moment, Tarcha the best, definitely starting well. 59 is a good point marker to be at. It means that you're safe from 2 power clams. Ooh, Elira 2 down. Not what they need. That's a 3rd. Oh, this means that Tarcha are setting up again for a good push of their own. I just don't think that the changes they've made were actually in their favor. Because that's another power clam in the basket, and already they're through the penalty points. They're down to 50, below 50. Oh god, this is not what Elira needs right now. But we continue as they are finally able to push Tarcha back out again. 2 down. Elira, are they able to find their footing? like they've got the advantage here. They finally made that work, but are they going to be able to actually get the clams in that they need?
There it is! Wolfie will manage to get that power clam in for Elira. There's 2 members down on Tarcha the Best as well here. Here come the tri-strikes from Wolfie as well here. They have the space, but do they have the clams though? It's going to take a very large amount of clams to get this working, but here comes the power clam all the way from spawn. But no! The barrier goes right back up. They won't be able to keep this push lasting for a while. That being said though, they do have the means to break it again if need be. And considering they have the numbers advantage right now being 3-2, it could be possible. Here comes the wave breaker from Sorrow, and the power clam being tossed in. Once more, the basket's open, and the clams are starting to fly in.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunate clam spawns there. They are able to get lead, and they're bringing in more clams, not able to do anything else with them. Wolfie still trying to fight their way in, doesn't make it, but that is a 1-point lead, though Tarcha the Best only needs to put a power clam in, and they've already surpassed it. So Elira needs to be ready to kind of push their way back through mid, and with 2 down on the side of Tarcha, that is possible.
It is possible right now. They're just delaying a potential push from Tarcha. They managed to make them waste the tri-strikes. That's a very valuable special that Tarcha has in store. They are juiced up on Cooler as well, though. It's once again right back into a team fight in mid just to determine some numbers advantage right now. Here come the tri-strikes from Wolfie as well here, trying to clear up some space. But now there's a power clam being built from Tarcha here. They're trying to get rid of Sorrow on the flank, but at least they managed to get rid of that V-shot. But Shiro has popped a crab tank of their own, trying to at least get some chip damage, getting rid of Wolfie as well. Shivu has screamed though here. The tri-strikes have come out from Tarcha as well, but here it is. This could potentially be the barrier that could stop Tarcha's push, but Spinel is actually being very careful not to get tripped up, and they will be going down. Sorrow's moving with the screen. I think they were going to be able to get rid of Abby.
Oh my goodness. Shiro's not able to give jumps in, but they do end up jumping to them anyway, getting the picks they need, but it's 2v1 at the moment, actually, and with no clams in their favor, both of those power clams that Tarcha had built will go down, but there's still that pity sitting and waiting, so it's all about the defense now. Elira has to keep them has to keep Tarcha on their side, away from basket as much as possible.
With Wolfie having tri-strikes ready to go, this could be what Elira needs here. Abby needs to get that power clam into the basket. They need to whittle down the numbers. 1 Squelchy is down. Here come the tri-strikes from Wolfie here. All of Tarcha is starting to funnel into that basket area. Benjix has the high ground. They're trying to get some chip damage as well here. Already 2 members down on Tarcha. The power clam holder is gone. They picked it up, but no! They won't be able to get that power clam in. Too late once more. This isn't even the first time we've seen this happen, and with a 1-point differential. Elira is moving on. Elira's moving on in losers bracket. They're going up against Go.
Oh my god! Good luck, guys.
Oh no! They're going up against Go.
Yeah, they invented winning by 1 point today. And it is the only point. So, yeah, that's going to be a hard-fought battle ahead of them. But Elira able to eke out that victory just enough. And oh my goodness, it really all came down to this game. And it all came down to that final push from Elira and the defense they were able to put up. To be fair, we looked at that comp. We were like, what is happening? But they made it work. They really did.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the switch to tri-strikes definitely proved a little bit more useful. Of course, Nova did, of course, have Inkjet that could, of course, start a really good push in terms of Clam Blitz. But T-Tech just has a lot more going for it. It has a little bit more paint output. It can fight better. It has tri-strikes, which is good for both starting a push and defending a counter push here. And now we're going to be jumping into winners bracket once more to see the team that knocked Elira into losers bracket, Vanguard, going up against Yoshi and his 3 Poochies in winners bracket semis.
Indeed, and I don't think we've got time for a break, so we are not going anywhere. We are getting right into this game, and oh my goodness, it's, to be fair, quite incredible to go up against, or to go and see how Vanguard's playing and compare what almost took them down to losers. But yeah. Oh my goodness, this is...
Now I'm just wondering, did Elira stick with that comp against Vanguard? Because if they managed to tie up the set with 2 Squelchies, a Nova, and a red pencil, I am like major kudos. Major kudos goes to you, Elira. Good luck against Go.
Yeah, good luck with that. We will probably check back in and see what happens with there. But for now, we're waiting to get everyone into the lobby so that we can start. And I do believe we're going to be starting on Clan Blitz Hagglefish Market, which is definitely standard, though a little less standard with it being clams.
I mean, if you want to talk a little less standard, look at Game 2.
Oh my god, I hadn't even got that far yet. Okay, alright, what is with this today? These are like completely separate themes, all choosing very out-of-pocket ones. But
why is it all Game 2? Why is it all Game 2?
That's
First we have Lemuria Hub, now it's Hammerhead!
That's when Sender decides that we actually are okay to stomach the weirdness. You can't have a game 1. You gotta have something that we can, like, ease into with. And then game 2, absolutely. It's Splat Zones. You can play Splat Zones in anything. But...
enough, I think God. These first 2 games of this winner's bracket semi-set, I like to consider the straightest maps in the game. Like, I've seen many casters give nicknames to Hagglefish Market. I've seen Sasu call it the Great Equalizer. I've seen Topic call it the perfect icebreaker. I call Hagglefish Market the straightest map that isn't Hammerhead Bridge. And what did you know? What's game 2?
Yeah, so you start with Hagglefish, and then you upgrade to the bridge. So yeah, this could be interesting, and I'm very intrigued to see who the frick picked this out of these 2 teams. But we are gonna have to wait to find out, as it does only tell us whenever we get to that point. But we are starting. Oh, never mind. Only.
This was Vanguard's pick? This was yeah, because, okay, I kind of assumed it. Because Yoshi and his 3 Poochies picked Clams Hagglefish, that it could only mean that Hammerhead Zones was Vanguard's pick.
I truly... What are we doing, guys? What are we doing?
Insane. Miki Phoenix, Jacerark, and Raiki, y'all are mad lads for committing to this.
What can they say? They're making some hella decisions, and if this... you can get locked out on that map, like, hardcore locked out, so... Yeah, you're kind of like rolling the dice a little, but if you're ready for that, fair enough. So, yet again, we are starting on Hagglefish Market, on Clan Blitz. That is going to be our kind of like test to see how these 2 teams kind of size up against each other, and then we'll get to the craziness.
Yeah, they don't call it a Great Equalizer or an Icebreaker for nothing. It's a good map. You just kind of test the waters and see how each team plays, whether or not they're running with, say, really strong midline weapons like mid-range weapons, or are just really up front with it. Like, this is probably a good map to determine it. And it's on Clan Blitz, strangely enough. Like, you see Hagglefish on a lot of modes. I think you honestly, I think you see Hagglefish on every mode but Rainmaker.
Yeah. For good reason. No, I will say you see the other 2 modes way more than you see Clan Blitz, right? It's way more popular on both Zones and Star Control, but you do see it the odd time with Clan Blitz. It does turn up, because it is mostly a very balanced map. Just don't look at Rainmaker. we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about Hagglefish Rainmaker, but of course we also don't have any time left to talk about the any more time to analyze. And wow, Vanguard all has Vanguard in their like splash tags. talk about committing to the bit. Already, we're seeing the return of Tent on the side of Yoshi and the three Poochies. Meanwhile, we're seeing Carbon 96 with Vanguard. So this will be interesting to witness on this Clams match.
Yep, that will be indeed very intriguing to see. And they do have, yet again, that Kraken ready to kind of break up pushes if they get into that position on the defense. So, already first to go down is the bucket on the side of Yoshi and his three Poochies, making it, and that's the second one actually down, making them having to kind of back up and figure out what's next. What an incredible trade.
Yeah, getting a pick onto the tent before going down yourself is one hell of a way to go out here. Once again, equalizing the field even more so that Carbon's going down, the 96 is going down. Yoshi and his three Poochies are holding down the line very well here. Once again, the Clam economy is really dead even with 5-4 for Vanguard and Yoshi's and his three Poochies. That being said, there's 2 down on Vanguard going down in the pits. Make it 3 here. If Yoshi and his three Poochies can find the Clams to start a push, this could be the opener of it all. They're funneling their Clams into the pencil here. They need to start making their way up these steps, and these steps are hard to get up to on Clam Blitz.
Yes, indeed. The steps, the ramp, it's just a bit of a struggle. They tried to go via the gazebo there, but it just didn't work either, and they've had to pretty much abandon that push for the moment and back well out.
Yes, backing out indeed, especially considering there's 2 members down. Well, there were two members down on each team here. Already, Awaken is trying to rally the rest of Vanguard towards mid. That way, they're still having a space advantage, but there's 2 members down on Vanguard as well. Yoshi is now trying to get this space back, already with Awaken going down. Right before Yoshi goes down to Phoenix, Dante's trying to get some sloshes in as well, taking out Phoenix here. Once again, that Power Clam is fading away, being kept alive by that Stamper.
Oh my goodness, but that does mean we return to kind of this a little bit dead Clam economy, but still very even as they just try and find their footing. Vanguard definitely has a better position right now, as almost all of Yoshi and his Poochies go down. They are pushed well back now.
Well back indeed. They don't have a lot of clams to their name, especially considering Vanguard is once again in control of another power clam here. But with that 96 going down, they don't have a Kraken for this upcoming push. Even still, they'll manage to secure 2, now 3 picks down on their belt. Phoenix is just going in there like swimwear. Now they're positioned on the steps that are still very hard to get to, especially considering Yoshi and his three Poochies has that tent, which has the Zuka, which is forcing Vanguard out of mid, and with Yoshi being propped up on that tent, it won't allow that sword any more space. They're forced to jump out and will allow Yoshi and his three Poochies to position themselves right back into mid.
Important to note, there are less than 2 minutes left on this match. No one has scored. The map is incredibly painted, but it does look like, just as we say that, there we go. Yoshi and his three Poochies able to break the basket first, get it the whole way down to 65, and get a lot of picks at the same time. They are pretty much out of clams, though, and will have to back out and be ready for the defense. But it does look like they're going to... 3 of them will go down and make this that bit easier for Vanguard to take control of mid.
Being said, though, Yoshi and his three Poochies are starting to get right back into the swing of things, but as soon as I say that, that bucket is going down first, and that Stamper is trying to dive Yoshi here, who's being forced to jump out, which will give Vanguard a lot more space, which allows Awaken to get that power clam in. Now it just depends on the follow-up. Is anyone else able to throw the clams in for Vanguard? It actually doesn't look like that's the case, because Yoshi and his three Poochies are able to at least keep their side of the map very tidy and very clean, and with only Yoshi back, they still managed to hold their lead 65-77, and with under 1 minute left on the clock.
Yes, indeed. This is getting incredibly close. We're in the last 30 seconds. Vanguard need a push, but it won't take too much. With 2 down on the side of Yoshi, are they going to be able to actually get this power clam in?
Yes, they
Yes,
will!
they are.
Miki's able to get that. The lead, the score is tied! There's 13 seconds left, and there it is! The Stamper! Mid-air, managing to get those last two clams that Vanguard needs to take the lead 59 to 65, and a wipeout, honestly, seals the deal for
Yeah.
Vanguard. We still have overtime, though, but with all of Vanguard occupying Yoshi and his three Poochie spawn, it is proving very testy. That tent is picking up the pity clam here. That is really the lifeblood of this overtime push. There's under half the time left. The power clam holder is down. It's only Yoshio left here, as well as Bulba and Dante, but no one's there to stop it as Vanguard takes game one.
Yes, indeed. It looked like maybe Yoshi and his Poochies were gonna keep it alive, but just the defense didn't come together right when they needed it to. And because they'd been on the defense for most of the end of that game, they didn't have any presence in mid. They had no paint, they had no way to cross it, and truly, it's a miracle they made it as far as they did.
Yeah, exactly. So here, Vanguard managed to secure that lead just seconds before the game was over, which basically forced Yoshi and his three Poochies to make things work into overtime. And with panic starting to settle in, you tend to make a lot of irrational decisions, and that pity clan being taken was definitely probably the way to go. At least it's distance made, but with not a lot of ways to follow things up, it's not good. And even still, within that match, that first score happened with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Truly insane. How did it go that long without anyone scoring? They just kept that fight in mid. They pushed one way, then they got pushed back, and then it went back and forth so incredibly much. They just never got enough of a lead to climb those steps, right? They never got in, either they didn't have the clam economy ready for it, or they just didn't have the player count in comparison to the other side to kind of make it work. So yeah, incredible first game. Does mean going into the second one that
oh boy, here we go.
We are going yet again to Hammerhead. I don't understand it.
Yep, from one straight line to the next here. It's going from Clam Blitz to zones, however. So I feel like when it comes down to this, I feel like we could maybe see some switches to some more weapons that could paint. I will say, I think Yoshi and his three Poochies, I think their comp did still work. They were sporting, of course, I think they had the bucket with strikes, I think, and that tent could prove a little bit useful for holding, especially considering the massive choke here. There's that comp that we saw in Clam Blitz. Meanwhile, on the side of Vanguard, we see the return of Squelchies with chumps.
Oh my god. And that's the Carbon that's changed. That's Miki. Miki has changed. So that is a hell of a different type of weapon to pick up immediately, but they do end up going down with the trade, which will mean that Yoshi and his Poochies also are kind of just a little bit stuck with just that little less people on the board at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. That being said, they are still in control of the zone. There's 3 members down on Vanguard here. I'm not on Vanguard, but Yoshi and his three Poochies. They're pushing this. They're just pushing this hold ever so stronger. And Bulba's just outnumbered. They're going down to Miki as well. Vanguard will very soon be halfway through their points, but with 2 members down, Yoshi and his three Poochies could have a counter push in their hands. Oh no! But that bucket's going down. They just barely got strikes.
Oh my god, they are fighting their way out there. And Yoshi's three Poochies able to get towards zone. Are they going to be able to cap it though? It doesn't look like it, as they are pushing them back out again. But the jumps, they're able to get them to kind of close to mid at least, and with a Booyah Bomb on the side that's not painted, and there come the strikes. They're able to get it and switch it over. 25 points is a lot. And they cannot get locked out again. But that's 3 down.
Yeah, it's 3 down. I think the tent does get their Zuka unfortunately cancelled. It's only Dante left, and with a Kraken from Phoenix headed their way, things are looking dicey for them. They're being backed into that isolated corner. Awaken is trying to get an off angle on them too, but there's no running from Vanguard right now, as they're already right up against Yoshi and his three Poochie spawn. Perhaps this is why they selected the map, because they can hold it like this.
Yeah, that is the real struggle with Hammerhead. Like, they changed it, but it's still so incredibly susceptible to lockouts like this. And they're through the penalty points. They're getting close to single digits, and the fight is in Yoshi and his three Poochies' spawn. They can't get to the zone.
They just simply said the fight is there. That's where it's happening, not allowing them to get a single glimpse of that knockout that they took.
Oh my goodness. All right. That was clean on the side of Vanguard. They knew what they were doing with that pick, but it is still a bit of a gamble to pick it, because had they had that happen to them, that's the struggle of it. That's the struggle of Hammerhead.
Definitely a struggle indeed, especially when you're just like, when you're that backed up and when you're that staggered, it's hard to break through. And Vanguard's comp just keeps them at bay. You have that Kraken that can be popped at any moment's notice from Phoenix here. You just have the threat of the sword or Miki just diving straight into your face, and all the while the paint is being controlled by Phoenix, who is also dealing chip damage to you and providing sodas for Vanguard. That way they're hydrated. Please stay hydrated if you are listening to this. Yeah, it's
important. It is a struggle. It really is. And also, just by the design of their like weapon comp, they have so much range that they can just tap you from the distance. And also, if there's more than one of them looking at you, it can really, really spiral out of control quickly. But yeah, that worked incredibly well for them and puts them into a match point situation coming into this third game of the set. So yeah, they are in a good position to get through to the finals here.
Exactly. If Vanguard gets Rainmaker Undertow down on their belts, they have a ticket punched into finals. Yoshi and his three Poochies now need to survive a gauntlet and a half here. They need to first take, of course, Rainmaker Undertow, like I was saying earlier, then TC Mako, and then finally, once again, Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge in order to get their spot into finals. It's a long hill to climb, but don't count them out just yet. They survived against Go last round. So
that they did. They can definitely figure out a way to survive this, but the question is, are they going to be able to do that quickly enough? Because match point is upon us.
So this could be for all the marbles here, and we're seeing them still stick with what they have. They could. Oh me! What? Wait! Okay, wait. So Miki, who was previously on Carbon and Squelchies, is on Sea Leader. Meanwhile, the Sword, Awaken, and Phoenix are all on Nozzle Noses. We're seeing two L3Ds and another vanilla L3. What is going on, Vanguard?
Who knows? They're like, oh, we can play around with this game. We've got at least two more if this goes sideways. And at the moment, it is going sideways. They have lost players. And already, Yoshi and his two Peaches are at, are at the checkpoint, able to get through it. Vanguard able to stop them from getting any further for now, though.
Yeah, exactly. Being punished a little bit for overextending right now. Already Miki's going down here. The rest of the Nozono's Legion is trying to make their claim, and that hammer throw will be able to get rid of Yoshell, courtesy of Phoenix here. Awaken is in control of the Rainmaker. They're rallying the rest of Vanguard to their jumps here, but they're already going down to this Zuka from Monster here. Now Bulba's moving in as well here. Monster's going down. That's no more tent for this potential push here. Vanguard is actually managing to hold them at least here, but they still have points on the board. Vanguard needs to, of course, get Yoshi and his three Poochies out of their general area, and then get points on the board. But Yoshi and his three Poochies are holding up a very good fight right now.
Yes, indeed. I think they finally got Yoshi and his three Poochies out of that kind of like right-hand side area, and they're able to finally push the fight to mid. Also, Miki, how far forward are you with that Sea Leader? That was,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when it comes down to backlines with Kraken or with frontline specials, you tend to see them, go up whenever the special's ready. But Miki's taking the field sniper position right now here, not even going up to the verticality that Undertow has. More power to you, it seems.
Yeah, definitely trying to make it work. But that is 2 down on the side of Vanguard, giving them a little bit of a disadvantage here. And with Miki! Oh my god! Playing this like he don't need to be anywhere in particular. He can snipe you from anywhere.
Yeah, you know, it's like all you just need is one hell of an angle. That's what Miki's playing around with very well. Right now, Vanguard is right back into it. Oh, they don't even have the Rainmaker yet. They're just trying to clear the way of mid. Now they have Rainmaker. Awaken throwing another hammer, not claiming any targets. That being said, Monster is down. That's once again no tent to worry about here. And Vanguard is starting to get their numbers going. They have their numbers in mid, but here comes the tri-strike from Dante. That third strike isn't going down, and they have now broken that checkpoint. Here comes a Booyah Bomb from Bulba as well. Second displacement special going live, but now here's another stand from Phoenix. They're being cancelled out by the pencil here. I think Vanguard is slowly starting to be flushed out here, as it's only Miki left.
Yes, indeed. Oh, they do get a jump off, but Miki has already gone down. That's another jump. But there's just Awaken there at the moment, able to get Bulba and back out without any real problems. But doesn't go far. Has the hammer, tries to find something with it, and gets Monster. Oh my god.
Wow, they are just having absolute fun with this right now here. The lead is certainly obtainable. Are they going on the uninkable? Oh my, they are!
Oh!
They are! And that will allow Vanguard to take the lead 31-41. And that bubble pop can be together with Dante. Wait! I think Awaken will be able to at least get the lead to 2 now. So Yoshi and his 3 Poochies need to knock this out if they want to stay in this set. Right now, they are in control of Rainmaker. There is under 1 minute left for them to do that. Vanguard, what is going on?
Truly the question of all time here. Whatever is going on is working, surprisingly.
Definitely so. Okay, but Vanguard is 2 members down. That's two of the L3Ds down. You don't need to worry about extra crabs. Here come the tri-strikes from Dante. That's going down though. Now it just depends on if Yoshi and his 3 Poochies can get through this final choke point. Miki's gone down. That's no cracking. Here comes the hammer though from that's
it gets cancelled.
Wait, there's 3 members down. They should be able to get this! Here comes the tent from Monster! The green carpet is being laid out for Yoshi and his 3 Poochies! Can Yoshi slam this? Yes!
Oh my god! For the first time in all of the matches we've seen today, when we've said they needed to get a KO, they got the KO!
What a final push from Yoshi and his 3 Poochies here. They are not going down without a fight here. We're going to Game 4, Sasu. Oh, not Sasu, what am I saying? I'm thinking of a different person. We're going to Game 4, sorry.
We are indeed, and after an incredible game like that, where Vanguard were just like, oh, we can play some different things. And they did do a lot. They pushed it too. That should have been a win. But then Yoshi and his 3 Poochies got the picks they needed in the order they needed them. And with that tent, able to finally show us why they picked it. Yes, that worked so well.
Definitely, I was so expecting them to do that because tent just allows you to get going and it paints a very large trail which allows that Rainmaker holder to just get a clean trip. You know, you see when it comes down to that final push towards the final pedestal, you see a lot of teams go for a lot of specials that tend to be unstoppable in nature. Of course, you see you've witnessed things like Kraken or Ultra Stamp, but Tent Shield can also pull that off, maybe to a lesser degree because it's not a special, but it still blocks damage at least from the front and paints that space that allowed Yoshi to get that final slam. So, second stage of the gauntlet that Yoshi and his 3 Poochies need is going to be on Mako TC.
Yes, indeed. And we continue to stay at match point. I would not be surprised if Vanguard returned to a more generally used comp by them, because though they got quite far with it, it was just not quite enough in the end for the defense that they needed. So, intriguing to see. Maybe they continue going completely AWOL with it. I don't know.
I mean, but wouldn't it be funny to see 3 nozzle noses and a sea leader? Would be insane. That guy just fell off on the Minecraft parkour. Twice! Twice! What are you doing?
You do realize the brain rot is supposed to be for the viewers, not us, right? But anyway, let's get into this 4th game of the set and see if we are going to see a return to... Okay.
So, Vanguard is now giving the Tent Umbrella a shot. Meanwhile, we're seeing just another new side of Vanguard. We're seeing Phoenix on Junior, Awaken on Vanilla Range Blaster, and Gloogas from the sword here already. Thanks to that bubble, Vanguard will be able to get that first checkpoint.
Sorry, it's just hilarious when you see out the corner of your eye that 2 tents are just, like, tenting, and that is the response to each other. It's just like, I'm gonna hold up a shield and you're gonna hold up a shield and neither of us are gonna die. But that is... Okay, Vanguard able to get a wipeout when they were already working their way through those points. They are through the last checkpoint, and are they going to be able to stop them? It's 1v1 at the moment, and one of them's a Snipe Rider.
Oh, it's now a 2v1. Awaken managing to get a pick onto Bulba, securing the jump for the Glooga, but they're going down though.
To jump.
Wait. Okay, so we got the jumps in. Their score is at 3. Once again, Yoshi and his 3 Poochies need to get another knockout again if they want to stay in this set and not get knocked down to losers. Right now, they're finding their space, but their numbers are dwindling fast. It's only Dante left. Dante's down in a delayed wipe for Vanguard, and now they're right back on this tower and starting to push.
Yes, indeed. This is not what Yoshi and his 3 Poochies need. They need to get their footing, they need to get some picks, but it is just incredibly difficult to do so, and that is 2 down in that corner. They are just not having a great time getting to the tower, like, getting to the objective at all. So they need to stop this push now.
Do we need to do it? If anything, they're actually able to do that, at least taking 2 members of Vanguard down with them as well here. That being said, Yoshi and his 3 Poochies are 2 down, not as well here. Now we're seeing a battle on stacks. Phoenix being able to get rid of Monster here. Already, Vanguard is right back in the driver's seat here, and Awaken is pushing the front lines. Miki's going down, that's no tent, as well as no wave breaker on the side of Vanguard. It's only Phoenix and this Glooga's left here, but Phoenix is securing the jump for Miki here. Dante's trying to stop them. Dante's being able to take out Miki before going down. There's 3 members down on Vanguard. It's only Phoenix. Phoenix is being down for a wipeout for Yoshi and his 3 Poochies. There's gonna be 2 minutes. There's gonna be under 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. There's still a lot of time left for Yoshi and his 3 Poochies to get this.
Yes, but they just need to have the player advantage and the specials for it. They have that specials, but just they can't keep the players alive. And so that means almost immediately back on the offensive. Vanguard is just ready to keep this moving. They want to get a knockout. They're not stopping until they get a knockout. Good luck to Yoshi and his 3 Poochies.
Exactly here. They just have not allowed their tower to go to their side of the map. It's either it goes back to mid, but that's the farthest they'll let it go here. If there's 2 members down on Vanguard, this Glooga is just staying in the air as long as possible to perhaps prolong their life. And no! They take a dip and they go down to the fall damage here. And that's going to be numbers dwindling once again for Vanguard here, as once again it's going to be cruising right back into mid. There's now 1 minute, 30 seconds left for Yoshi and his 3 Poochies to take this.
Indeed, indeed. But there we go. As there's the wipeout again. Are they going to be able to use it though? That's the question. Dante already goes down. Barely able to make it to that kind of like snipe area there. They're through the first checkpoint. That is helpful for Yoshi and his 3 Poochies. But that is 3 down again. Immediately followed by a wipeout.
Oh, that's not where you want to be, especially considering there's 1 minute left on the clock, and Vanguard are pushing that tower right back to mid. A Booyah Bomb being charged by the Glooga is being set deep into back line here. Now, Dante's trying to get a jump on him as well, trying to at least control these stacks, get rid of the Gloogas, but with Phoenix having the safety of the bubble, it's just going to allow Vanguard to push it right further into Yoshi and his three Poochies spawn area here. Dante's gonna go down to Awaken. Awaken's gonna be going down to Yoshell here. Now Yoshell has a good vantage point, being able to take out Miki here. I think having the sights on the Glugas and Phoenix as well here. There's going to be 15 seconds left. Not a lot of time left for Yoshi and his three Poochies to work with.
Yes, indeed, they need to stay on that tower, but already they're off it. There come the strikes, able to clear it off, but they need to get the picks here. They need to get the kills, but they're not getting them, and they're not able to stay on the tower. Oh, that is unfortunate.
And that is going to be it for Yoshi and his three Poochies. They're being knocked down to losers bracket, and with that, Vanguard have their ticket punched to finals, where they will go up against the seed lower than them. Where they will be going up against Kanden. No game 5. The gauntlet ends here.
Indeed. It's insane to me how much craziness went on in this bracket, and still Seed 1 and Seed 2 made it to those finals. They're those seeds for good reason. Now, it is important to note that Vanguard almost didn't, but they are still here now. And after that incredible set, they are definitely our Seed 1 for a reason.
Definitely so here. Wow. This has been a roller coaster with multiple drops and multiple loop-de-loops. Sorry, you just gotta admit, everything that we've been seeing all the way ever since we started with ever since the start of this stream with Distinct and Uwu going up to I think, who did we cast after that?
Then we moved on to Go versus the Cafeteria.
Go in the Cafeteria, actually. Yeah, literally the set after that. Then from there we go and see
Kanden versus 3-point drivers. Yeah,
Kanden and 3-point divers, and then dipping into dipping into losers bracket for a bit. Wow, what a paddling pool.
We have been all over the bracket today, but that being mentioned, we are at the end of our commentating block, so we are going to be handing over to 2 other incredible commentators who will be coming up right next. But just before we hand over, Frostix, where can the good people find you?
Of course, the good people of Twitch chat can find me on Blue Sky, as you see below, Frostix, bluesky.social. You can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix, and if you want to support some of the work that I do personally, you can read my web novel Gap Year. I swear it's worth your time, just like this tournament. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. Zari, where can the good people of Twitch chat find you?
They can find me on Blue Sky at Zarany, on Twitter at SPL Zarany, and on Twitch at Zarany, where we play a lot of different games, not just Splatoon. But yes, this has been so much fun. The games have been immense, but truly, we're getting some incredible plays coming out from these teams today, and going into the finals, I can only imagine it's going to get even better. So do not be going anywhere. There's a lot more Splatoon coming up. So yeah, we're gonna be handing over now.
We just loaded up a new Minecraft parkour, of course, to keep all of you everyone in Twitch satisfied. Yosu's there. We have the Otter corner, the Distraction Dance corner, the Fumo Edge, Detective Pikachu Dancing Edge, Sea-Dog VA corner here. But of course, that'll be it from me and Zari here. So don't go anywhere. There's gonna be a lot more paddling pool coming up.
「
So remember what me and Zari said about like how how we're leaving? That was a half lie. Zari is gone. I'm still here, but only for game 1. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 321. I almost forgot the number here. This time I'm joined by Neptune. Now we're seeing the end of winner's bracket with our top 2 seeds, Vanguard and Kanden.
Oh my goodness, so I just got pulled randomly. I got a DM from our lovely producer here, Jerian, and I'm already here in a finals position here with Vanguard and Kanden, both very prominent teams here today for Paddling Pool. Vanguard's obviously like the one that's on most people's radar here, as they are they've established themselves time and time again as one of the strongest teams in Europe here as well. But it's going to be a best of 5 going into here. We're starting off with Tower Control Mako. What are your thoughts on this map mode, Frostix?
Well, literally just basing off the last set that everyone has seen, Vanguard are hot off the presses of winning this against Yoshi and his 3 Poochie, so they are pretty familiar with this, but they're going up against Kanden here. They're still running the same comp that I remember them seeing. Meanwhile, Vanguard is running a eerily similar comp to what they were running last time, with Phoenix staying on Junior, and the Range Blaster coming out from, I think, Phoenix. The Glugas are there as well, and Miki, this time switching from Tent to Wellstring.
10 to Wellstring. Okay, you know what? The amount of talent being displayed here is just absolutely impressive, being able to flex off, but already Kanden just coming off strong here, winning that first fight here already, and now you can see the pressure is being applied here. The Wellstring does dive in with the hammer, but unfortunately isn't able to find the value that they find, but, you know, it's already still a scrap city in mid here, as not too much of a lead has been decided even after the first 30 seconds.
Definitely so here. The lead could still be attainable as long as you can maintain the distance and maintain the numbers advantage right now. The Glugas are down. That's no Booyah Bomb, but there goes the S-Blast as well on the side of Kanden here. And now Phoenix is on that tower thanks to the bubble. They at least reached the first checkpoint, being able to potentially get a duel with Bake in. Will they be able to take them out? No! This duel is still prolonged. Bake is going down, but the tower is going down too. Miki's going down too with a 2v2 with Mia, and that sword as well. Awaken is outnumbered before at least being able to get rid of Bake once more. Bake just can't catch a break right now.
Yeah, for sure. Constantly shutting down that pencil, cutting off the source of the cooler there is definitely going to be very, detrimental for Kanden here. But they seem to be managing pretty well. They pop the Zipcaster, managing to get this pick here. I see a Crab Take come out as well. They do manage to get the picks here. And now you can see the pieces are starting to fall here from Vanguard's comp, as Kanden is pretty much starting to get a lot of control. But wait just a second here. It seems like they're able to break back into mid very easily and convincingly here, Frostix.
Definitely so here. All they really need is 1 more point over Vanguard in order to take it, but with a wipeout from Vanguard, it's looking really dicey here, Nep here, and already Vanguard is starting to cheese out these ledges, trying to get rid of the members of Kanden on the elevation. The Booyah Bomb's being charged by, I think that's Phoenix on the Junior here. That being said, the Gluga's going down here. They're still being shielded by that big bubbler, taking down that Stamper. They are 2 members down, but they're still getting points on the board, pushing it to 30 proper.
30 proper here, just an explosive push here coming out from Vanguard, just staggering their specials in just the right amount of time to get just as much value in order to secure a very convincing lead here at 22 points remaining. While there are 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game here, Kanden needs to find a response here, and they already seem to have it with the first pick, as well as setting up their pencil here in mid.
Exactly here. Bake needs to be in the right position to cover the paint, supply the soda here. They're almost at Tacticooler. That'll be really good for them, but with 3 members down and only Bake left, they're being forced to jump out, and that's more space going to Vanguard.
Yeah, for sure. Just a lot of space just being created off that one play there in mid, and you can definitely see this is getting very dicey very fast. You're forced to crab here with 2 of your members down here, which is not really ideal because it's going to get rushed down, as you see, by both the Gluga as well as his Junior finding it out over here. But no, they do manage to get caught out here, and Kanden still manages to stay in this one. But I just see a hammer from the heavens here, trying to maintain any source of sense here. Oh my goodness, the jump-ins are going actually crazy here, Frostix.
definitely insane, especially if you've been on stream and seen what Miki's been up to in the last set. I definitely need to tell you about this once this match is over here. And already, once again, with Phoenix's big bubbler shielding them from a lot of damage, it's allowing them to cruise past that first platform area. There's a Booyah Bomb coming their way, courtesy of those Gloogas, allowing them to stay within the fight for a little while longer. The Stamper has gone down. Iguisa is trying to get that Crab Tank ready to disrupt them even further. Here comes a Booyah Bomb from Mia here, being tossed all the way to Miki's end of stack here, and now the tower's cruising right back into mid. There's 1 minute left for Condon to take this back.
Yeah, for sure. 1 minute here, and it's definitely going to be a bit of an uphill battle here. I think the matter is they just need to be able to find a way to break and set their foot in the door here, but the problem is they can't. Vanguard constantly, with these aggressive jump-ins and consistent fighting, just are able to get these one-shots, able to just keep the members of Candon away here constantly, and now it's a lot of pressure here for anything to happen here, Frostix.
Anything definitely could happen, especially since the tower is dead center in mid. There's 2 members down on Vanguard. Condon is starting to push their way in. There's the wipeout here with 30 seconds left on the clock. Condon cannot afford to let go here. The Gloogas are now starting to dive in, forcing them to pop the bubble. Not the bubble, but the Booyah Bomb from Mia here. There's 2 members attacking Bake. Those 2 members are going down here. They need to step on that tower fast and keep the pressure on the ledges. Net, break this down.
Okay, for sure. You got the bubble, you got the hammer, both coming out here from Vanguard here, just immediately putting a lot of pressure on this tower here. It's even though they're getting a lot of respawns here, they unfortunately just don't have the stamina. The Crab Tank is going to be the last one alive here, getting shoved off there at the very last second there, and giving game 1 to Vanguard here in this winners finals set.
Okay, so that's 1 point up on Vanguard. It's like I said, they're still hot off the presses of a game of TC Mako Mart, so I could definitely understand how they still have that fuel going in them to get that lead. Can I just say, I mentioned earlier in the set that Miki has gotten a lot of different weapons in the last set. I'm just gonna preface this. In Vanguard's set against Yoshi and his three Poochies, Miki brought out Carbon, Custom Squelchies, I think Sea Leader, Tentabrella, and now like insane Miki. Insane.
I swear, Miki must be typing /RW3 into some bot chat somewhere, because I do not understand what is the logic and reasoning behind these weapon picks here, but
okay,
they are seeming to work out here.
I will say, that Sea Leader pick, if you want, you really need to see that match where Miki was on Sea Leader. Vanguard's entire comp there was nuts. They had 3 nozzle noses. 3!
3 nozzle noses? That is actually I feel like I don't know what's going on here. I think they're just kind of love just to flex, just showing hey, even though what was it, we're not playing probably one of our most prominent weapons, we're still very strong players and know and understand the game to the point where we're allowed to be able to play whatever we want and be able to come out on top, which is a statement that is very commanding, to say the least.
I will have to interrupt you there, because I think I'm being slowly dragged down into the depths of stream here, because I've got to jump off now. I think I've overstayed my welcome. Ansonen is going to be coming up next. I hope I didn't butcher your name there. Okay, well, I've got to go now.
Well, Frostix is drowned here, and I'm joined by someone new here. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ansonen. It's been a while since I've commentated. I think about 6 months to be exact. So it's good to be back.
Yeah, welcome back here, and I'm glad to be able to be casting a winners final set with 2 very prominent teams here in Vanguard and Candon. We are starting off with game number 2, Haggle Zone, a fan favorite classic here, and as you can see, Candon is tipping to the typical chip comp here as well. And what is that, a big swing on Candon's? Wait, no. Is that Vanguard? Vanguard's running big swing. What the heck?
Big swig in the year 2025. We'd love to see it coming out here. And we're already seeing one go down here on Candon. Vanguard pushing forward, getting some plays, and that's 3 down on the side of Candon. Great job from Vanguard, and they're going to get the initial tower push here, or zone. I'm still waking up. do apologize.
Hey, no worries, no worries. I bet these players are still waking up here with some of these picks here. Having a big swing roller, it's a very interesting pick here, you know. It's very unconventional here, and definitely you see these players here are being able to find their way forward here. But we do see the leader, I believe, snipe out the, what was it, the sniper? No, the Stamper there. Okay, I looks like I'm waking up here as well, but it looks like the zone, even though we had multiple members down from Vanguard there, they're still able to hold onto this zone and apply even more pressure with 2 going down from Candid. This is absolutely huge.
Massive push from Vanguard yet again. They seem so calm and collected after that first match. They're holding out to the zone, and we're gonna see a crab come out from Candid, trying to get some space, and it's gonna work. That's 2 down on the side of Vanguard. And 3, Candid finally have gotten a push back. They've used their specials. They take out these overextending members, and now they're pushing in here and trying to get some points on the board.
Yeah, for sure. I love this aggressive play from the Splash here, trying to catch out these jumps, getting 3 downs on Vanguard, a beautiful wipeout on their end here. And now it's going to be Candid going to be the ones going to be playing in their spawn, setting up here and seeing if they can extend, which they already have with the crab tank on the tarp.
Here we go. It's going to be an attempt to push back in here from Vanguard. They're building up specials. They have that bubble on board. Now they have 2 specials. But the bubble goes, the Junior goes down. We're going to see the Kraken come out. Storm comes out. It's going to be a special barrage here, trying to regain point here as the points are going down. 10 ticks remaining here. And
Okay.
is it enough? It is enough.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely saw Vanguard looking for a little bit of a situation to be able to potentially cap the zone, but they realized it's not worth it. You're just potentially risking a life and throwing away the game right there could have been very antsy as well. So they did the smart decision, which is just to live and to play the game out all the way with the specials that are coming out here. We have the Crab Tank, the Booyah Bomb being popped out here as well. And you can definitely see the pressure is on for Vanguard.
It is on. The points are low, but they managed to get that penalty, and now it's an all-out brawl right here on the objective. 2 down on both sides. Neither side getting a clear advantage. Vanguard pushing up, trying to find picks. They're going to find them. That should be enough to paint the zone. And now they're going to start moving forward here. They need to get a forward defense, because with those specials like Crab on the side of Candid, they can come back in here really quickly and fast.
Yeah, for sure. And with the Kraken gang popped out here, we have Miki already putting in a lot of pressure here, just holding the space here around zone and retreating to that bubble. Beautiful, how do I say it, awareness of the teammates' placement of the specials here as well. But now it's going to be Candid trying to break through once again with their specials as well. But already 2 are down from the side of Vanguard. It's going to be Candid's time to be able to shine and potentially flip the zone here. Oh, it's a 1v1 with the leader, the Stamper. The Stamper loses it out, but the Splash is still alive, barely holding onto this zone, manages to cap it out here. What a comeback.
What a good comeback there from Candid to get those penalty points on the board. But at the end of this fight, it looks like Vanguard's going to come out with the point. And they're going to work on taking down those penalty points and getting this win here, putting them up to 2. But Phoenix going to pop bubble here in an aggressive position. It works out. 3 go down on Candid. And Candid, they're on the back foot here. They're being punished in their spawn. They're going to have to make an amazing push to get back in here.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely 2 players go down on the side of Candid, and now Vanguard's going to be the one in control with a wipeout to finish it off, just letting the lead swap here, just sitting on the zone with the Kraken there, just, you know, chilling out here, realizing that even when we're playing some off-meta picks, we're still the better team here, and showing their, their fundamental understanding of the game to be able to come out on top here.
Mm-hmm. Unconventional weapon choices, and they still come out on top. Really shows, as you said, the understanding of the fundamentals of the game. They played their positions well. They knew when to attack, when to defend. It was really good showing from Vanguard, and Candid made it close.
Yeah, for sure.
It was back and forth. We could have seen Candid come out with this when they grabbed the point there. After that wipeout, they held that on for so long, and it was only a miraculous fight by Vanguard to come out with the penalties application and the point switch. We could have seen this be tied 1-1, but Vanguard came in clutch at that moment, and then they secured their lead. They extended that one good play and extended it into the rest of the map, and now we're going on to Rainmaker, Gorge, and Camden needs to step up here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Camden was very comfortable on zones. I'm not sure if it's just something they're like most practiced and most familiar with, but I definitely saw them coming out there fighting a lot more, how do I say it smoothly, on splat zones compared to tower control, which I saw in game one here. But Rainmaker is going to be a bit of a different story here. It's going to be more of a case of, how do I say it, taking care of the Rainmaker carrier as well and delivering them as far as possible to score as many points here. It's not a static objective that's in the center that can allow a lot of freedom of play and freedom of movement as well. You're going to be kind of restricted to where the Rainmaker needs to be, and that's kind of where you're going to be fighting. So I'm curious to see how exactly both these teams are going to approach this, and especially curious if Vanguard's got any other tricks up their sleeves.
Well, we saw a Big Swig before, and we all know that, Big Swig, not the best weapon out there, but still has, its niches. It's a great painting weapon at the end of the day, and Zone, you need to paint the square at the end of the day. Rainmaker, on the other hand, it's a whole entire different game mode. We could see, we're probably going to see a swap off the Big Swig, but what two is the question?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be quite interesting here. We see a little bit of a change up there from Camden as well. Vanguard is going to be switching up to the Neo Luna blaster. I see a splash coming out from Phoenix instead of the Junior, but a Hydra Splatling and the Big Swing with the Vacuum is coming out here. Quite an interesting pick. Really unconventional. You love to see it.
No, but I love the Vacuum choice here. On Rainmaker, it's great for making pushes through contested areas, and an amazing double here from the Hydra, but it's not going to be enough as Vanguard goes 3 down. Camden making a team effort here to get this push started.
Yeah, for sure. Vanguard definitely already putting on the pedal to the metal here as well, but Camden is already one of... Oh, wow! A snipe play from a Hydra here.
That's
Getting 3! What the heck? Was that a quad? Oh my goodness. I almost tipped over my water ball. That was unbelievable.
What a play there from Miki on that Hydra. Finds the Crab, then finds 2, including the Rainmaker carrier, and yet... Look at this positioning. Camden still holding on here, still defending. Will it be enough? It's a 1-for-1 trade onto the Luna. This NZAP goes down. It's going to be tough here to hold on if you're Camden, but the Rainmaker gets lost.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a very tricky spot to be with Camden because it feels like this comp has the tools and what it needs to be able to do to be able to fight Vanguard effectively. It's just a matter of execution here. It just seems like every time something tries to get set up, like this Crab right here, it gets shut down immediately, and Vanguard quickly making a lead out here with that wipeout and going all the way down to 10. It just is another nail in this coffin here that's going to be very difficult to recover from.
Oh, what a good play there from the Doolies. Such a good weapon here, and now it's showing its strength, finding the backline position, but the Big Swing goes up and grabs the Rainmaker carrier. That's going to be even more stall. Camden, they're going to let it reset here, I believe. They're going to push up and try to control mid. We're going to see that Zipcaster come out, but it gets shut down. And now, 2 down on the side of Camden. They're going to pick up the Rainmaker, and they're just going to try to defend it.
Yeah, for sure. Now, if you're Vanguard in this case right here, it's a very, how do I say it, binary option here. You can either push or decide to stall here, because a push to 10 here is absolutely insane. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Camden to be able to do something here. While there are 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here, it seems like Vanguard knows the win condition and is going to play it away all the way through. As you see, that Rainmaker is going to be stuck in the pit here with Awaken and getting even more picks, just putting more and more time on the bar here that Camden does not have much to respond here.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the board. Vanguard all the way to 10. They passed that canal. It's so tough to get there on this map. The use of their specials. Again, their team comp strength, it might be unconventional, but their specials that they have on board is great for pushing this Rainmaker through those tough spaces.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see the Ink Vac online here as well with the Big Swig up. And one of the things that people forget about Big Swig, it's a really good object damage right now after all those buffs here. So now that you have a vacuum at your disposal after a quick pop here, you could potentially play pretty far up here and get your Rainmaker all the way up. Oh, wait, wow, look at this aggressive play from the Big Swig, being able to potentially open up space for Phoenix to run it forward here. But wow, okay, the Rainmaker is still in Candid spawn, and it's being extremely difficult to deal with.
It's really hard to get that push through, and Candid's doing a great job defending, but they need to do something a little bit more than defending. We need to see some kind of strategy change, or maybe just the players waking up a little bit more. But to go down on the side of Candid, and Vanguard's in a great position to attempt try 3 here.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very difficult situation to be here. Just keep on going here, but there's hardly a minute left here. We have so much power on the side of Vanguard here in the sense that they can control the pace of the game here, while Candid needs to find a way to push forward while carrying forward that Rainmaker. And they still have a checkpoint to break here, so there is a lot of pressure to make something work here. We see Bake constantly going up. Hey, they do manage to get this first checkpoint, but 30 seconds remaining and 2 going down. This is not looking in the favor of Candid.
It's not a good position to be in. Mickey behind the screen looking for a pick here. Nobody's going to show themselves as Candid. They need to slowly work forward and find these members, but if Vanguard's just going to take the Rainmaker and hold on to it and fend it, and Candid is 1-for-1 trade, but they're going to need to do a lot more to steal the Rainmaker, but it's 3 down. Vanguard, they get wiped out. Candid pick up all 4, and now they have to make the overtime push. They have the Rainmaker, they have the full overtime to work with, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and they're going to try to look for these picks, slowly gain space, but that's a crab coming out from Phoenix, and that can do all it needed to stall. There's the hammer, it doesn't find anything. Awaken trying to find a pick, but they don't. The vacuum comes out as well. Candid gonna go 3 down. It's just the Rainmaker left, and this looks like it is going to be over, and that's going to be it. Vanguard hold on, and they take the series 3-0.
Yeah, for sure. Just, oh my goodness, the amount of presence and pressure from Vanguard there towards the end. I thought for sure that Candid would be able to get something done. You saw the Booyah bomb, you saw the crab come out. However, what Vanguard did was the simple solution to any response for a special. Just respect it and live through it as well. And I gotta call it out by our producer here, Jarian the GOAT, getting that triple clipped with the Hydra there. That was absolutely insane. And just the plays from Vanguard are just so well coordinated and so well, how do I say it, refined, that they're able to get these massive leads and massive pushes and being able to stay calm and collective even when the Rainmaker is on the verge of being swapping the lead there.
It was just incredibly solid play from Vanguard throughout this entire series. Really showcase their flexibility, and that's a great strength to have as a team. Being able to pull out whatever weapon you need, whatever to experiment with comps. Love seeing that strength coming out from Vanguard, and I'm excited to see how they're going to play throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Just definitely a very strong and convincing 3-0 there. Like, I saw Candid, they had the potential to make really big plays right there, as well as remain in a lot of it. However, it just seemed like they just couldn't find their footing. They had the tools. It's just always, every time they tried to respond, there was a response or a reaction from Vanguard, ready and anticipating to react to those specials, and that allowed them to be able to get it through.
Mm-hmm. Very good showing. Excited to see more of them here, and we're going to have to take a break. Get into the next match.
Yeah, for sure. We'll tune in soon, guys, because we're going to be streaming, I believe, some losers matches as well, and we'll be going through as well. So thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll get back with a snack.
We back off the bass.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 321. I am Pat here with Anson and Ryan. You need to update the overlay. I'm not Neptune, I'm Pat.
Hello, Neptune.
And yeah, welcome back. We are in the losers bracket right now. We're in round 7 on the losers side. There's been a lot of delay on the lower bracket, which means we'll get to see lots of games. Starting with Panda going against Dabby's Hellish Dance.
It's gonna be a 3-map series, and I'm excited to see what these two teams bring. We just started out on Splat Zones, and you know, this map very push heavy, and you know, there's a lot of different comps that we could see.
Oh yeah, lots of different things that could happen for sure. I know that Dabby's Hellish Dance have a Tetra trick.
Ooh.
So looking forward to see that in action. But yeah, as you said, it's the kind of map mode where you want to really push forward, bring the other team away from the map, away from the center of the map. And right now, let's see what these teams are bringing. Here comes the Tetras. On the other side, a more classic combo. S-Blast has been on the rise, and I love to see it.
And we see the comps coming out. We're gonna see a Gal. We're gonna see some Dewey's. We're gonna see kind of the similar comps coming out from both sides here. And Panda gonna take control of zone almost immediately here.
Yeah, Panda, very nice first control, but Daddy's Hellish Dance is already coming back, repainting, and look at that, they're pushing in, trying to get in control. The Stamper was there to defend Bo, and here comes the Reef Slider getting instantly punished. Panda able to take control, but they lost 2 players, it looks like. I mean, Daddy's Hellish Dance were in control, but lost a lot of ground, and now Panda are going back in.
Gonna go back in, and they grab 1 onto Dabby's. That's 2 down on Dabby's. Panda putting himself in a great position, but that's a good splat by the pencil to try to regain some control. The Booyah comes out, more players go down, and Panda, they're looking in control of this map so far.
Yeah, Panda right there have good control. They've managed to really push forward. Exarchy with that S-Blast is really taking a lot of control right there and forcing Dabbies to attack however they can, but it's 2 down on Panda. Looks like both teams are really able to get the retakes, get back in, and that makes a back and forth, a much more back and forth Barnacle than usual.
It's back and forth already in this round, and that's an unfortunate splat, but Panda, they're going to be pushing in right here. Cooler comes out. It's 2 down on Panda.
Ooh!
As it's a chaotic battle here. Exercise trying to survive, but will not. Dabby's Hellish Dance holding off that push really well.
Yeah, and right now Dabby's Hellish Dance is taking the lead, taking control. Hamster activating that Zipcaster, but is chasing for a kill. Is not going to find much. And Dabby's Hellish Dance are holding the control, just 10 ticks left on the map. They have a DC, but can they hold the zone long enough? Panda coming back in there, but it's only Exarchy. Exarchy not able to paint the zone. Dabby's Hellish Dance, with only 3 players, are still going to take game number 1.
They took a good fight there right as their points were going down, and the disconnect didn't end up mattering as there were not enough members of Panda there to come in and outpaint and use that numbers advantage. So, great job from Dabby's Hellish Dance here on this map. It was chaotic, it was back and forth, but they regained the control there around that, you know, 2/3 into this map, and they just held on to it. They played the defense really well. They stopped a lot of these special pushes that Panda were doing, and just great play from Dabby's Hellish Dance there on that map 1. We're going to be going onto Rainmaker here, though. And different mode, different map. I'm excited to see what Panda's going to be doing to bring this to map 3.
Yeah, It's pretty rough for Panda. Davis Hellish Dance. Their Tetris player are back into the room right now. So we're going to have another game. I'm getting notified that Davis Hellish Dance, they've had connection issues tonight, and they've already used all their DCs for the night. So if they get a DC, they don't get a replay. They have to play with 3 players no matter what happens, no matter when it is in the game. So we'll see how it goes. And yeah, it's going to be rough for them.
Gonna be rough for them, but they did put themselves in a great position here. Up a map. They have, time to get their 4th player back in here, and you never know. It might just because of a storm, might be because of, external circumstances. Internets can fluctuate, and you never know when it's going to get better. So buying that time is always a great thing here, and they put themselves on match point. At the end of the day, that's a great position to be here. Going into Museum, we're going to see what they're going to do here, if they're going to still bring the same comps, what Panda's going to do. You see the weapons coming out here. It is that same comp coming out. It's going to be that S-Blast. They're going to bring the Head-It, though, here instead of the Pencil. I like that change here from Panda.
Yeah, Heavy Edit so fast, allowing a team to really move greatly. And then the Curling Bomb can be very useful for a good Rainmaker, especially on this map where how far you are able to go on the opponent platform can really change everything right now. Very nice moves by Dabi, who are very much taking control, but we're still in 2v2 between the two teams. We'll see who is able to take control. We're still in a fight for mid. This is still very much a neutral between these two teams.
Hamster grabs 1, not able to grab the 2nd, but that's going to be the first checkpoint popped here by Dabi's Hellish Dance, but they go down 2 here. Panda, they're going to be able to push now off this advantage. The jumps come in. They're not going to get punished here. Ali pops the crab, and that's a spectacular opener pick for this.
Yep. Very nice moves right there. Panda, they're eyeing that checkpoint now. They know they can tie up the score simply with a simple jump, and they're getting it with 2 players down onto Dabi's. They're in a great position to push forward to get even more, but the crab tank by Dabi's is there to defend, to stop any other push. Our 2 teams are tied right now, Antonin. Oh,
2 teams are tied. Oh, a desperate push right there from Dabi's. It's not going to be, it's not going to get anywhere, but it does get into mid. That's going to allow the Rainmaker to reset, but they end up going down. A lot of members for this push. No Cooler on board as well. That's going to be a great advantage for Panda here. Grabbing these splats, going to be able to hopefully push back first checkpoint, but a shutdown on the Spider-Man, and that's going to be a great push from Dabi's, but the pop grabs 1. And what a good flip of this fight.
Yeah, Panda getting in deep in 29 is a very nice lead to get. Here comes the answer. Why Dabi's Hellish Dance, though, they get the wipeout. Now, can they turn these splats into points? They know they need to go in, and they already lost the Rainmaker. That crab is simply going to hold ground as Dabi is not able to push in.
Exo!
Exoshi able to dance around, maintain control, very nice moves, and it's going to be Panda attacking again.
Such a good play from Exo there. Completely flipped the fight around, and now that's going to put Dabi's on the back foot here. Are they going to be able to hold on and flip this lead? 29 is an amazing lead here on Museum. They have a absolutely uphill battle to take here, and going 2 down really isn't going to help that.
It's pretty rough. The crab tank is deployed, only gets a trade right there. It is rough for Dabi's Hellish Dance. Tetris activating the Reef Slider, but not able to find much. 1.5 minutes left, and it looks like Panda is holding their lead, Antonin.
Well, 2 go down here with that Cooler. Dabby's Hellish Dance. The whale's going to pop the Rainmaker there. They're going to pop this crab. They're going to get put in a great position. Hamster in a bad position there. And now Dabby's, they're going to put themselves in a great spot to push forward here. But it's 2 going down. The Rainmaker's still in possession though. Can these members get back and fight? O2 almost grabbing the splat, but is end up going to leave. And it's 1-for-1 trades all over the place. And if you're Panda, that is exactly what you want right now.
And right there, holding their control, maintaining their presence, and not allowing Dabby's Hellish Dance to do much. But Dabby's Hellish Dance, they still have some fight in them. Oh, as I say that, they lose 2 players, 40 seconds left, and Panda are still very much in control of mid, Antonin.
They are 30 seconds remaining. Panda just need to hold on to this map control, and they are set to bring this to a map 3. The Rainmaker will be popped yellow here. It's going to be a lot of paint here, a lot of map control given, but Exoshy just going to get the pickup there. And 2 members down with Dabby's Hellish Dance. Dabby's can't find a way back in. Dusk's going to grab the Rainmaker in a little bit of a panic.
Yep.
But they're going to go back here. They're going to set themselves some control.
Ooh.
It's going to pop overtime unless they get swatted.
The overtime is active, but they're surrounded. 2 players down on Dabby's right there. They're surviving, but it's too late. Panda are going to put a point on the board, and we are going to a tiebreaker, Antonin.
It's going to be that tiebreaker. Map 3, we're going the distance. We love to see it. Exciting match here in these losers, but I love that comp coming out there from Panda. A switch to the heavy edit. Now you get a more aggressive mode of that comp, and you can just get to see the strengths there. We constantly had Hamster and Exoshy on those splatting weapons, on those aggressive weapons, finding the picks with the backup support of the mobile heavy edit.
Yeah, and we saw Exoshy really shine with that blaster. Now we are going to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy, which means we get to see more blaster action and really pay attention to the S-Blast. The challenge is on Dabby's Hellish Dance is going to be to shut down Exoshy with a blaster right there before they can push in.
That S-Blast is going to be a great choice here. A lot of ledges you can play around here on Inkblot. And I mean, like, Dabby's, they kind of looked like they were a little bit too much on the back foot that match. They were not ready for the aggression.
Well, Panda is not ready. They only bring 3 players. I mean, it's the start of the game, so we can easy reset right there. No issue. But yeah, so it looks like there's a lot in chat. Let me put that in. Okay, so everything's fine in Sendu chat. Yeah, so yeah, we've seen both of these teams really play off of their strength. Dabby's Hellish Dance being able to push the other team away on zones, take control of the center of the map, and Panda able to get that one extra push, these few splats that allow them to gain momentum, and momentum is really the name on the game in Tower Control. So we'll see if Panda are able to maintain that momentum, and so then, or if Dabby's Hellish Dance are able to restore all that aggro that really allowed them to win in that first game.
Yeah, it's all going to be about the pace here. You see, Panda really excelled when they were playing fast and aggressive, but once they had to play slow and match the muted tempo of Dabby's Hellish Dance, they really weren't able to play well. And we're going to see a Luna Blaster coming out. I'm happy. I'm excited. And it's going to be the same. Oh, it's going to be back to that pencil for Panda here.
Yeah, I mean, pencil on here with that wide court in the middle. Having a pencil allows you to take a lot of control over the map. We'll see how these two teams do. Right now, it looks like Panda has 2 players down, and Davi's Hellish Dance are able to find the attack. Oh, the Tacticular is thrown a bit too close to the tower. Only the pencil will be able to grab a drink. That is rough for Davi's. Panda in defensive position as well. But it doesn't matter, they lose 2 players, and Davi's Hellish Dance are simply moving forward again, Ansonen.
They are. O2 really good with the crab. Where you see the Reslider come out. It finds its picks. That's 3 down on Panda. And this could be a quick tower map here. 48 remaining. They're going to push forward here. 2 more down. No coolers are coming out. And this was what I was worried about. When they play that pencil, they have to match Davi's tempo. And they just don't excel at this.
Yeah.
They seem a lot weaker here when they're not bringing the heavy edit. But they have about 1 more fight, maybe 2 more fights remaining here to try to reclaw this back and to survive. It's up to Dawn here to try to stop that. It's an amazing pick on the first, but they get splatted in the end. It's a 1-for-1 trade, special use, and can Panda play off the back of that?
And right now, Panda still resisting, still holding themselves, able to push Davi's a bit out, but they lose a few too many players again. Davi's Hellish Dance simply keeping the tower on the same side of the map. Panda struggling to take back control, and now with the crab tank activated, Davi's Hellish Dance are simply maintaining so much pressure, Ansonen.
There's a lot of pressure gained here by Davi's Hellish Dance. They're just getting the splats. They're finding these S-splats. The magic duo of the S-Blast and Stamper are getting splatted. It's those aggressive weapons that you're calling on to get picks, and they're just not finding them. And it's a great job here from Davi's Hellish Dance, but finally a fight's going the way. This crab finds his members trying to get back on the tower. And Panda, now they need to push. They need to find some advantage in Flower. This shark could be amazing. And it is! It's a spectacular pick onto Ollie.
And that's you. Oh, great Luna gameplay, getting an awesome shark. Panda, though, able to simply take back control over a lot of the map and cancel the crab tank thanks to the zip right there as well. Panda not able to get to the first checkpoint. Davi's Hellish Dance are dancing around them, getting a few more splats. There's 2 minutes left in the game, Ansonen. And Panda hasn't gotten to the first checkpoint.
They have not here. Panda keeping things up Davi's Hellish Dance keeping the aggression up so well. And the swap onto the Luna was great, but it's really just they're playing with their gas to the pedal. Sorry, my brain just decided to short circuit. And Panda's not able to match that with that defensive pencil. An amazing pick here from 002. Splash is playing so well. All these members of Davi's Hellish Dance are playing, out of their mind right now. And they're finally going to get stopped here. 3 down. It's 19 remaining, and it's all left up to Dawn. And they're getting picks. That's, I believe, 2. That's going to be a 3rd.
Huge moves by the Tetras right there. Davi's Hellish Dance maintaining so much presence, forcing Panda to fight in their own spawn before they can get back to the tower right there. We are in the last minute, and Panda, they need a huge push. They need a miracle if they want to get in, and that starts with 2 players down on Davi's. Panda have a push, have an opportunity. They need to seize it, Ansonen.
They need to seize the day. Carpe diem here. Really push this advantage as much as they can, and it's gonna be hard. They're going 1 down. That's a backline down the pencil, and Davi's Hellish Dance is gonna collapse off that, but maybe a little bit too soon. Panda ready for the expected push, and they're gonna find the picks. They're gonna get back on tower, but it's 8 seconds left. And if there's one best time here for Luna and this comp, to really get people off the tower and find a panic snag, it's going to be right here in overtime. Such a
Yeah, Panda.
bad spot to be.
Yeah, Panda attacking with all they can. Here comes the Reef Slider, not able to find the tower though. But it doesn't matter. Davies Hellish Dance are going to deny the comeback and win this set, Antonin.
They're not going to allow Panda to really push off that momentum from before, and it was a great showing from them. They played the game at their pace. They set the tempo. They didn't let Panda set it. And that was the main difference maker here. It was that Panda was having to react to everything that Davies Hellish Dance was doing. A much different pace than the other previous two games. You see that shark there from Flower, that's really indicative of how Davies was playing. Even when pushed onto the disadvantage, they were putting them in positions where Panda had to react. You know, and
Yeah.
such good team strategy coming out from Davies Hellish Dance. I'm excited to see what they do through the rest of this losers bracket.
Yeah, Davies Hellish Dance very much a team able to use their momentum, relying on their ability to pop off, to get in, to get the fights, and to maintain aggression, maintain the fight over and over and over. Now, we're going to see more of them, Antonin. They are qualified for the losers semifinals, where they will go against a different animal. I believe it's a little bird, a chicken. Chick,
I think that's a duck.
a duck. Well, we'll talk about it during the break. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome in, everybody. We're back with this losers run here of Paddling Pool. We're gonna see Dabi's Hellish Dance again here, but now they're facing Duck.
Yeah, so Duck is top players that we often see in that top level of Paddling Pool. So we'll see how Dabi's Hellish Dance are able to do against that team. Duck, by the way, what are they doing here? They're seed number 3, and I believe they lost in their first round of Paddling Pool. They got completely upset, and now they had to absolutely destroy all of the losers bracket to get here announced, and then they're fighting to get to the losers finals.
They're fighting for that chance in the losers finals to make their way into grands. It's gonna have to continue here. The run has to continue. You gotta go against all these formidable opponents, and it makes losers runs so hard here. It's gonna be kind of similar comps to what we saw last match. Duck going to be bringing out a very kind of standard comp here with that pencil and that S-Blast.
Yeah, S-Blast right there, able to get a splat with the Burst Bomb. It looks like Dabi's Hellish Dance are losing that dance. Duck are taking control over the zone. The Crab Tank is deployed, but it's so far from the zone, and Olympian is applying a Crab Tank of their own. Both teams simply holding, but 2 down onto Dabi's again. Oh, doesn't matter. Very nice comeback. It looks like Dabi's Hellish Dance will be able to paint the zone and get back on. They applied penalty at least, but it's going so fast, Ansonen.
It is going so back and forth so fast. This is a chaotic match, and it's going to slow down once a team gets the first lead, but neither team really able to get that big of an advantage. But finally, 3 go down on the side of Duck, and Dabi's, they're in control right now.
Yeah, Dabi's Hellish Dance able to put themselves ahead of the zone. That bodes pretty well for them. They're going to get the lead, and they're still very much fair, forcing Duck to wait for an opportunity, and with 2 down, it looks like the opportunity will happen. Duck already back on the zone. It's their turn to take control with 3 down. It's only the Tetras to defend, and Tetras are not a defensive weapon.
What a good pick there from the pencil. Duck really trying to push up super far and push their advantage, and that's what you need to be doing here on this map. Cooler's finally going to come out, but a lot of these members are low and not in great positions to grab that Cooler. And finally, here comes out the specials. It's going to be the push out here from Dabi's Hellish Dance. Can they grab anything? It's a 1-for-1 trade there. No advantage secured for either side, and it's 30 ticks remaining for Duck. It's going to be hard to come back in.
Yeah, I mean, Dabi's Hellish Dance right now are on the zone, are able to apply penalty, but they were not able to completely push Duck away. And here comes Duck. Oh crap, another Crab Tank duel once, and then Olympian able to get a splat, but forced away from the zone. It looks like Dabi's Hellish Dance are getting rid of their penalty and are able to hold. Oh well, they're not gonna hold the zone any longer now.
Spoke a little bit too soon.
Yeah.
As Duck, they managed to find a great pick back in, but Flower takes out Get Me a Beer, and now it's 3 down on the side of Duck. It's back and forth, but it's this fight here that's going to matter. O2 doesn't come out on top. Olympian, a great pick there, gets them Crab Tank, and they're going to be able to get a lot of pain on the zone and a lot of forward control there from that pick.
Ooh, and a very nice extra pick with the Crab Tank right there. Dabi's Hellish Dance forced to move back, forced to wait a little bit. There's a lot of penalty applied to Duck, which means they have the time to prepare a push. And here goes, they have the Crab Tank ready. The Crab Tank is not deployed above the glass, and he's now forced out by the Slosher. Oh!
What a good pick there from that Slosher.
Yeah.
It's 24 ticks remaining here. Duck, it's they're in a great position right now. They managed to get a 1-for-1 trade here onto that Gal. You see the Reslider go in. It's going to secure the zone there for just a little bit. But now Dawn's in a spicy position. Manages to come out with 2 picks. And Dabi's, they put themselves in a great position to get this penalty down and maybe take back the lead.
And Davies Hellish Dance right there, able to extend their score, and with 2 down onto Duck. Davies Hellish Dance are holding the control, are taking more and more control now. They're all putting themselves ahead of the zone with Tacticula. This could be the opportunity to take the lead back, Ansonet.
It could be. Here comes the Tri-Strikes.
Oh!
It's going to flip the zone. Such a good special to stall that zone. That's me. Davi's going to have to rework their penalty, but they are prepared for the push off the back for that, and that's 2 down on the side of Duck. They're looking a little bit roasted right now.
Yeah, I mean, Duck had to use both their strikes and their Booyah Bomb to apply penalty, but right now the Crab Tank is able to get a few extra splats, and that's zone taken by Duck, who push everybody from Davies away. Very, very nice. And now with just a few seconds left, it looks like Duck, all they need to do is defend that zone, but they lose 2 players. Can Davies painting time? Can they? Oh, it was so close.
It was so close. Look at that. Just a little bit more paint was needed to neutralize and flip the zone. But Duck holds on by the skin of their fur? Feathers? There, and I think, yeah, beak. The skin of their beak. Beaks have skin, definitely. Well, neither do teeth. Anyways,
Yeah.
what is with that expression? Anyways, Duck, hold on, and they got a great position here onto map 2. It was very close, very close, and
Yeah.
Davies has a real chance here to grab map 2 and bring us to a map 3.
I mean, Davies were able to get the control to set themselves up. Duck able to simply shut them down, and that final push that Duck had really not only applied penalty, completely pushed Davies away. It was so rough for Davies to come back. Now, we're going to a different map mode. We're going to a completely different dynamic because Rainmaker is a different one, especially for Davies. This is the map mode that they lost in the previous set against their other opponent. So yeah, Duck, right now, if they're able to if they saw the game, they know how to beat Davies Hellish Dance on this map mode.
All right, Rainmaker here, Museum. Davies has played this, as you said. So we'll see how this map goes. Is Davies going to be able to hold on, or will we be seeing a 2-0 from Duck?
Yep, I mean, Duck right there, according to the seeding, are supposed to win this, but they've had trouble tonight. They're underperforming. Davies Hellish Dance are completely beating their own seed, overperforming. So we'll see who of these 2 teams is able to pull through here on Rainmaker and Museum. No change. Oh yes, that's a change. That's a 96 Gal Deco for Davies. We'll see if that works for them. Having the Kraken will allow them to stop the Rainmaker pretty easily by simply activating their special.
Here we go. Davies is going to go 1 down here in this initial fight. Specials are coming out from both sides, and it's just 1-for-1 trades all over the place. But Duck, they're looking like they're going to get an advantage here. They push back that back line, and they're going to try to make this push to the first checkpoint, and they make the jump, and Beer pops the checkpoint there. An insane first play coming out here by Duck.
Now that's a great opening. And these strides are creating chaos on the platform, will allow Duck to maintain a bit more presence, but here comes the Kraken to push everybody away. It looks like Davies aren't able to take control of mid, yet they were punished by the S-Blast right there. That S-Blast is going to find a huge trade. Duck is on the attack again, and they get the repop. Only that Crab Tank is stopping them from extending their lead now.
1 down the side of Davies as the Crab manages to get the trade here. Beer out of position there, going to get picked, but it's, again, 1-for-1 trades all over the place.
Yeah.
Duck are matching the splats evenly, and they grab that pop there. A lot of paint down in this area, but Olympian's going to go down. A spectacular pick from Dusk here. As Flower manages to find Beer again, and will find the jump. That's 2 for the Gal, and that's a great position to be here, but after Dark also manages to secure 2. It's back and forth. Down goes the Rainmaker. Neither side able to grab any advantage so far.
Yeah, but Davies Hellichten's able to drop the Rainmaker away from their platform. It's going to delay any push that Duck might have off of this, because Duck are still fighting on the platform. They want more control, and they're keep going. The Rainmaker is back on the plat. The Kraken is finding the splat by not much. Flower still dancing right there. Davies Hellichten simply holding thanks to their special right now.
Good crowd there coming out. Another 1-for-1 trade. And Sabuya's going to come out. It's going to secure the paint on the Rainmaker. And that's going to be the go sign for the push. But it's 2 down on both sides. But Duck did not have Cooler, but Davies did. It's going to be an advantage finally gained here for Davies Dance. But there's players all around them pushing through this mid, and taking this map control is going to be a task, an objective to complete. And it is 1-for-1 trades all over. Flower almost dies there for the Rainmaker, and they will be going down. It's just Dawn left here on those Tetras, and it will be an extended wipe coming out from Duck.
Yeah, Duck again putting themselves on that platform, attacking. They have a lot of specials to force their opponent to move 2 down onto Davies. Duck are going to extend the lead. Flower stopping the Rainmaker, but paying the price. Antonin 34 as a lead with 1.5 minutes left. Duck is in a great position.
I'm reading the kill feed right. That was a lot of picks there coming out from the Pencil. At least 2, maybe a 3rd there on that last one. And that's a great play by the Pencil to put themselves back in the game. Olympian going to get caught out on the top spinny here. And it's a great push from Davies to go down, but they need to pop the checkpoint. They do. Dusk manages to grab it, but it's a splat in response, and O2 in a bad position manages to get a trade. What more could you ask for in that scenario?
So 1 minute left, and Duck are trying to hold their control. Flower with that Kraken, able to get you, but they lose 1 player again. They got a DC again of the Tetras, and Duck right now all they need to do is defend in a 4v3 for 30 seconds. I mean, Davies Hellichtens are in a very, very, very bad position.
It's such an unfortunate DC, but Davies has used up all their DC rules, all their connection tests, and it's a bad position to be in here, but 15 seconds left. They managed to get 2, though. Hold up. The mighty force of 3 is doing some work, but Rainmaker gets splatted. 3 down on Duck.
The Rainmaker is in the bad spot. Davies is going to need to go grab where they really can't. They need to get a squid surge. It's not going to work. And Duck is going to win this one 2-0.
An unfortunate disconnect there. Both teams are playing very well, but Davies is going to be the loss of that match. Duck comes at expected victor by seed, but what a fight Davies put up.
Yep, they fought till the very end. Even with 1 player out, they did their best. It didn't work out, but that's still a pretty nice showing by Davies Hellichtens. Now we're going to see Duck go onto the next game, onto losers finals for the spot into grands. We'll see that right after the break. and welcome back to Padding Pool 3-2-1. I am Pat here again with Antonin. And Duck is back. This time they have to beat Camden, who was in winners finals, was brought down by Vanguard. They are biding their time, and because we are in a final, Antonin, we get to see a best of 5.
Get to see possibly 5 different maps played here, and at the very least 3, and I'm excited for this map selection here. You can start that on Umami and Clam Blitz Umami. I love to see this come out. I'm excited to see what these two teams bring, and we're gonna get straight into this.
Yep. Let's get in there. It's time for Clam Blitz Umami. On the side of Kandan, we see pretty much the very usual comp, what has been the signatures comp. And Doug bringing back pretty much what they were playing earlier, I think. So we're going to see 2 well-oiled machines going at each other.
And this is going to be the initial fight here. One goes down on the side of Duck. It's going to be 2 down on the side of Duck. Camden in a great position here and make this first push, get these clams going, but they're going to need to take another fight here if they want to start getting baskets. That's going to be the one member going down. This crab not able to find its pick. They find the bucket there, actually. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though, as neither side able to really claim a definitive advantage.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yep, the definitive advantage is going to be for Camden right there, who are opening that basket and setting themselves in position, but these positions are not going to be held. Very nice answer by Duck, who limited the damage right there. It's only 26 points for Camden, and Duck are back in mid.
And then are back in mid here, and they're down their back line. That's not going to be good here. 2 members go down, me in a bit of a sticky situation. A rock in a hard place. Looks like the rock's going to run them over.
Yeah, well, it looks like Duck are holding a lot of control of the strikes. I'm not finding the mark, though. And Camden are defending pretty strongly. Nobody's gonna get near that basket yet. And Olympian forced to hold with a crab tank winner. 2 versus 2. The Zipcaster going in. That Zip needs to work right there. It's not able to find much. Both teams still very much at a standstill. But Duck is getting more and more ground, it feels.
Yeah, they're able to get more and more ground, as you said before. They're slowly working up the map, and it finally works in their favor here. 3 go down on the side of Camden. Not everyone has crabs, but it's a spectacular pick here, and it's going to be the flank. That's 2. Can they get a third? But no, but it's going to be the wipeout from the entire side of Duck. Camden in a great position. Stars off that lead.
Yeah, keeping the lead here is actually pretty nice for Camden. They just got a free pity clam thanks to that. But now Duck are again, these crab tanks by Duck are able to really take a lot of control. Camden forced to move out and losing 2 players right there. And we keep seeing both teams very much at a standstill, fighting to get the opening right there. Camden has a super clam, but Duck has most of the map, and Sanan.
Most of the map here. That's going to be that map control coming back into play once again. The clams are on this side of Camden. They have that super clam built up here. But Duck, they're about to build one as well, and they're getting the picks here. That's 2 down, the backline down. Booyah to stall. It's not going... It is going to find 1 Olympian, and then the after kill onto Dark here. Fantastic play, but they're still going down. It's not looking good for Camden right now.
Yeah, it looks like Duck are going to take the lead with that opening of the basket, and with 2 down onto Camden, Duck are holding the basket open. As I say that, it's a wipeout. Camden able to keep themselves in this game. They have 1 minute to get a push, and they had a free clam. Thanks to Duck's previous push. So right now, they know all they need to do is open the basket, and they would get the lead, I think. Oh no, they would need 2 more claps.
Lamb's gonna grab a lot of space, gonna grab a little bit of chip. Not gonna find any picks, but he grabs the map control. And Duck, they're on the back foot here now. Can Candon make this push? It's a 1-for-1 trade. They're gonna need to grab a little bit more. Mia pushed back. As neither side able to find picks, it's gonna be a pick onto the bucket. But again, it's back and forth, and that's so good for Duck right here as they manage to find 2 at a fantastic position into that third. It's just the Super Clam Haver left. And Duck putting them right under the basket.
Yeah, Duck maintaining the aggression, maintaining the presence as well. Another monster crab tank to extend the lead by a lot. That's lots of clams going in the basket right there, and just a few seconds left. Duck, all they need to do is keep that basket open and they get the victory. And that's game number 1 for the Ducks.
Quack. Oh, what a good map coming out there from Ducks here. And, you know, despite coming down from the loser side, they're showing incredible strength here towards Candon. It's going to be a close set, I feel, but it was such a good map 1 for them. They played their aggression really well, and they were just able to find these, like, double picks so consistently. They were able to find 2 members, maybe out a little bit too far, or maybe with a really good special. Just such good plays there from Duck.
Yeah, Duck really able to use very much like their strength to their best, to the best of their advantage, and Candon were able to completely fight them when a lot of the time, but when Duck was able to push, they were pushing, they were getting in, and the final push that they got really showed what they're able to do. Now, we're going to a very different map mode. It's going to be Brinewater Springs. One thing in common with this map mode is that backlines and crab tanks are king around here.
Yes, they are. Is zone one of the smallest, I think, in the game, right? It's so easily flippable. It's basically like one of those like double zones. Just there's one of them. And that leads to a lot of fighting less around the zone itself, but more on the high grounds, trying to poke and prod to get advantages around the zone, and then you paint it later.
I wouldn't say that the zone is small, it's mostly that it's so easy to paint that it feels like it's very small. You can just look at it from above and paint it super safely, and right now it looks like Candon are taking a few risks, going ahead of that zone, maintaining fights, and I mean they got to 56, which as an opening push is pretty nice, but now it's Duck's turn to be in control.
User Brinewater Springs says this is the best zone. No bias there, obviously. Here as Duck managed to get 2 picks here. Candon on the back foot in their spawn. And this is where this push happens. It's about this ramp control. How long can you stall on this ramp? 1-for-1 trades are spectacular in this position. Olympian gonna grab one, gonna go down, but Mia's gonna find the double. And that's gonna be a spectacular push from Candon, but the lead is in Duck's favor, and the zone needs to get painted.
Yeah, they have the lead, but Candon is coming back. As I say that, all they did is apply penalty. Back here is pushed away with that pencil. Duck, again, when they take that control, when they push forward, they don't stop, and they maintain their presence so well right now.
Air playing incredibly well right now. Duck in a spectacular form. As they're trying to hold off this push right now from Candon. They're keeping paint on the zone. A spectacular ask in this map. And now here comes out the tri-strikes from both sides. Candon's going to come out with that map control, with that zone control. Olympian trying to find this Zipcaster that's in their ramp. Manages to find it, and Candon go 2 down. That's going to be a 3rd as well. Duck, it's so quick.
Yeah. I mean, Duck, they get the splat, and they get the splat that allows them to push forward every time. Right now, Camden need to find a way to establish themselves, to maintain their presence, because Duck are holding and they're done with their penalty now, Anson, and Duck about to score more points.
That's more ticks on the board. That's more splats on the board. It's 3 down, and the only ones left is the Crab. The Zipcaster are going to try to do something, try to get that backlight. It's a splat on the Cookies. Olympian is next. This pick is necessary. Can they grab it? No, they can't.
But they pushed their opponent enough to get the zone.
You need to grab more here. Duck has been playing so well in pushing forward and grabbing the advantage, and they're just going to slide back in with all that map control, and they're going to grab the wipeout.
Huge plays by Duck right there. Cookies on that center of the zone. Right there. Another Crab Tank deployed by Camden to try to get control, to try to get back in there, but it's not working. Duck are simply holding their control so well. And Camden activating the Zip. The Zipcaster needs to enable the team to push in, but I mean, they're struggling to get to the zone right now, and we're done with the penalty again. Camden needs to paint.
Ooh, what a pick coming out there from Mia. S-Blast gonna try to grab some picks. It's 2 down on the side of Duck, and they have to push back. But now it's about this ramp control. As I said before, this is the fight that matters. Cooler's on the side of Duck here. They're going to try to push off the back of it. A minute left in the map. 14 points remaining till they grab the win. And so Cannon, they need to hold this off as long as possible to go down, but it's a 1 trade. It's still a possible fight, but they're going to choose the retreat here. Keep their numbers up, but it's going... Dark's going to catch them on the retreat. And that's 2 down on the side of Camden there before Cooler came out.
Yeah, right now Camden are holding, doing, and they're not holding, they're trying to pierce the hole that Duck has, and Duck, with 30 seconds, they don't care, they want the KO, they're so close to it, and they keep the zone right there, but they lose 2 players. This is last chance for Camden. Camden able to get the zone. Now, can Camden keep that zone? Can they deny the next push by Duck?
Can they do it? 8 seconds left. They need to hold on this small little point for 30 ticks, and they're going down on the pushes, so that zone will get flipped. Duck 2-0 up on this series right now, and with the way that they're playing, 3-0 not out of the question.
I mean, they really took control there. In game number 1, it felt like it was back and forth. This game was all Duck playing out of their mind and not letting Camden really establish themselves. Camden, they have one of the best snipers in Europe, but it didn't matter because there was constantly someone from Duck to stop Bakke from putting themselves in the right position, from being comfortable. And yeah, that's a huge play by Duck, leading now 2-0.
2-0, a fantastic position to be in. They gotta chill, they gotta take breaths. Being in losers finals is stressful. And now, you know, they've given themselves breathing room. And Camden, they're on the opposite side of that stress meter. They just came down from a winners finals loss here, took a long break, right? Had to wait a lot of matches. Their hands are cold, and two maps have flown by their hands, and now they have to turn the dial up to 10 and play out of their minds for 3.
Yep, it's going to be rough. Very, very rough. Camden needs a comeback. Camden needs to do whatever they can if they want to stay in this tournament. Remember, we're in low bracket. One more loss and Camden is out of here. And Duck would go to the grand finals now. Let's see how it goes. No change in terms of the comps. Except Duck is going back to the heavy edit splatling instead of a pencil.
Pencil was really good there on Brine Water, but their heavy edit is so well played. They really know how to use advantages of having question. Oh, Duck, you're gonna get on the first member, but it's gonna trades. We already know this game. Cannon beats you down. It's chaos. It's back in. I hit it. It's split there, and that's good.
And it's just me or is Antonin a robot? Antonin, I think I was losing you on Discord.
You went.
Oh, you're back.
You became a robot. I think
Okay.
Discord just died for both of us.
Okay.
happens.
Well, we're back. I can hear you fine, I hope. People viewing can hear us okay. Right now, it looks like Camden are bringing the tower to the first checkpoint. And they're doing pretty well as well. Camden able to find momentum. And on tower control, momentum is everything right there. Baki getting an extra snipe. That's going to be rough for Duck. Camden is getting to checkpoint number 2.
Checkpoint
And-
number 2 has been secured here. Camden trying to push forward, but they end up going 2 down. It's just 1 checkpoint remaining here. Can they grab it? Or can Duck defend? Is going to be the question here.
Yeah, right now. Oh, it's pretty rough. Both teams still fighting for mid, trying to get some control. Camden going back in. They know if they can maintain the fight on the good side of the map, they can win it. But Duck is still attacking pretty strong. Baki, no fear, going onto that tower. Olympian ready to punish, getting the jumps as well. Duck trying to get the momentum. And Olympian very much everywhere getting the extra splat, being punished for it. But it looks like Camden is on top of that team fight again.
What a spectacular splat there, but the Booyah Bomb's going to come out in response. Camden, a fantastic position to make this all the way to checkpoint 3. Duck need to hold on and defend, and that's a spectacular pick to do so.
Yeah, and right now we see Duck struggling to push the tower back in. They're struggling on this map. Honestly, Camden is winning every team fight, and Camden are going to get back on the tower and get another push.
Much different than we saw in last match, where Duck was consistently winning these fights. Camden, they've locked in here. Their hands are finally warm, and they're starting to win these team fights. That's a member down on the side of Duck. Right here as this tower makes its way towards mid, that's a spectacular pick for Mia. The advantage has been grabbed, but it's again trades back and forth. 2 down on the side of Camden, but Cooler was up. 3 down on the side of Duck. That's going to be a delayed 4th, and the tower should go right back towards Camden.
And Camden maintaining so much momentum. Duck really not able to establish themselves to counter anything. And Mia with the S-Blast is going to be punished, not able to find that splat right there. Duck are still in it, but they have a minute to get a monster comeback.
Will they? It's 2 down on the side of Camden, 2 down on the side of Duck. Camden's going to be respawning first. No Cooler on either side as the tower slowly makes its way back towards mid. Duck's going to have to push up for this fight. There's the Crab to get some space. It's a member down on the side of Camden. 40 seconds remaining and 2 checkpoints to go if you're Duck. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be difficult. But that pick right there, very good pick. And the trade as well, such good value. But somehow it's still even. Picks go back and forth, and Duck kind of on the back foot here.
Yeah, I mean, trading is not enough for Duck. They need to get clean kills, and it's not what they're getting right now. They're losing a few too many players. They're past the first checkpoint though, but it's going to be rough. They need to beat checkpoint number 2 in overtime, Antonin.
Overtime is probably the worst point in tower. All it takes is a couple of specials straight onto the point, and one member coasting on. We can see the chaos unfold and they are not able to come out on the better side of it. Candon bringing us to a map 4.
Yeah, I mean, Kandan very much doing what they need to do, because not only did they win this game and kept themselves alive in the tournament, they got really control of the game. They got the control of the map, they got the control of the fights, of the paint. They took control, and you were speaking about how they got called for waiting a bit too long for a game to come after winners finals. Right now they look very up, they look ready to fight Duck, and now suddenly, despite being up one game, Duck look like they're the ones who need to adapt.
Yeah, they really seem to be on the back foot very consistently in that match. They were never able to get clear advantages. They were never really able to find clear wins in fights. And completely different from the past two maps where they really seem to be taking each fight well. It could just be, a weak map. It could be maybe that map flew under the radar for practice this week, You never know. Explanations, or this could be Candon really stepping into their own right now.
I feel like it was Kandan getting more speed rather than Dirk losing their touch. Dirk are still so strong, and Kandan are bringing an elite to the Cragleg game. I mean, Cragleg is the map where you want to bring a leader for sure.
Big map, lots of open sight lines, and 2 go down on the side of Duck. Candon playing really well around that E-leader. Having that range advantage onto that pencil is a great advantage to have here, and they're going to go with the NZAP for that cooler option. Really like seeing this cop coming out from Candon.
Yeah, and right now Duck are stuck in defense mode, losing a few too many players. It's 2 versus 2 right there, and the crab from under is trying to pump the Rainmaker. Rainmaker has been popped. Candon could extend their lead, but no, Olympian with a crab tank of their own are going to defend, are going to stop things. It looks like Candon are forced to move back, forced to be in defensive positions now. Oh, with 3 players down, Duck are going to get their push.
They are finally going to get their chance here to break this first checkpoint. An amazing Booyah Bomb there. Grabbing themselves a lot of space, and Candon end up going 2 down. It's trades back and forth.
Ooh.
It's 1 member's left, but it looks like Duck's going to come out on the back foot of that. But Candon, they have the spawn right next to them here. They're going to be able to get back in this fight really fast. But the lead does swap. It's a mad dash for points, and points they will grab, but they will go down here. That's going to be a delayed wipe onto Duck. And Candon need to try to get back all the way to this first checkpoint before Duck can regroup.
Yeah, and Candon right now in difficulty. They lost that lead, and 29 is a pretty nice lead for Duck. Now there's 3 minutes left in the game, and 2 down onto Duck. Candon could very much get a comeback push as long as they're able to get a few more splats, and that's what they are getting back. Trying to go to the left, but the left is so well defended by Duck.
Yeah, trying to go to the left to get some points fast, but wants to avoid the grate. But the defense is so good here from Duck. These points kind of hard to get through right now, and they're defending these chokes really well. But now they're getting pushed back. Duck starting to get on the aggressive. It works 3 down. It's a good pick back, but it's not going to be enough. Duck's going to grab control of mid, and 2 minutes remaining, put themselves in a fantastic position to possibly get even more points on the board.
Yeah, and right now, Candon very much like fighting for their lives on their side of the map. They're able to get a few splats, they're able to get the Rainmaker reset. But they need to push, they need to take control, and there's another crab tank by Olympian, forcing them to wait. Becky trying to get the snipe, but a bit too aggro. Kandan are in a rough spot right there. They're not able to go in. As I say that, they take some control. They keep presence into mid at least. With 2 down onto Duck, maybe they can push in.
Maybe they can. We'll see about this. Mia getting pressured. A spectacular pick from Olympian. Olympian finds the Rainmaker carrier as well before I end up going down. The pop is blue here. Map control required here for Candid. They're going to try to push off the back of that as 1-for-1 trades. They don't have their back lane, but now they do. The Elier are going to have that range, going to have that support. And it's a spectacular pick on a Dark there.
Yeah, huge pick. Duck still defending, still holding control. A trade right there is great when you have the lead. The 2 Crab Tanks fighting it off, but it's Olympian really keeping control a bit longer. Kandan struggling to go in, losing one too many players. And Duck are simply holding control over the Rainmaker. They're not even grabbing it. They know that with 30 seconds left, all they need to do is maintain a fight into mid.
That's all they need to do here. We'll see if they're able to do so. Rainmaker acquired for Candon. It's a 20-point difference, but Egoist in a bit of trouble. Bake gonna get themselves set up here. They can't toss down the Wave Breaker. It's spectacular picks here from Duck, putting all these members on the back foot, and Rainmaker will go down. Olympian will... Oh, well, the Rainmaker will reset back to being orange. And that is going to be Duck grabbing things 3-1 here, securing it on map 4 and securing themselves grand finals position.
Yes, they will get to fight Vanguard. They fought all of lower bracket and destroyed it. Now they get to grands. We need to wake up Vanguard, and we'll see you right after this short break.
Hello and welcome in. We have grand finals on our hand. It's going to be Vanguard versus Duck. Duck coming in from a amazing losers run here throughout 2 matches. And Vanguard, they've been sitting nice and pretty, waiting for their chance. Waiting since they earned that spot here from winners finals. It's going to be a battle, and it's going to be a tough one for both sides. I'm excited to see who's going to come out the victor.
Yep. And I mean, we've seen Duck shine, but remember, Vanguard, we saw them in winners finals. They are very much the monster that we're used to seeing them. And we'll see how they do on Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway for the first game. So yeah, we'll see about that. That's a very much fast-paced, very fighty and sneak your way through cover first game that we're going to have. Antonin?
Oh, sorry, I spaced out. My bad. It's going to be, the 5-game series we've seen before here. We're going to start here on Rainmaker. I'm excited to see what these comps are going to be. Both these teams, we've seen what they reliably bring, but I haven't seen them play on this map in particular. Maybe there's something different. We have seen these teams change their comps in response to maps and teams. And Vanguard also very expansive weapon pool, it seems. So
yeah. I mean, Vanguard like to try things, and we see Mickey going with the Hydra. What is that, Vanguard? Okay, Vanguard. I guess that's what the random weapon generator gave them.
Yeah, sure. That's a comp right there.
Yeah. I mean, they have a backline, they have an aggro, and they have 2 very flexible weapons with the Hellcree. It kinda makes sense, but it doesn't make enough sense. Duck is going to grab the Rainmaker and force everybody out. And Phoenix is down, Mickey is forced out with that Hydra. The screen is deployed, that could slow down the push by Duck. But, I mean, how does Vanguard deny that? Okay, 2 down on Vanguard. It looks like Duck are going to break the checkpoint.
They're going to break that checkpoint here. And now they're going to try to push forward here. This kind of canal here is so hard to get through. I remember when it was shorter. But now they're going to try to have to break through this. But it's going to be a wipeout onto Vanguard. Duck showing these winner finals victors,
yeah,
that they are meant to be here in the grands fighting them as well.
Yep, I mean, Duck, they want that bracket reset right there. Vanguard forced to defend, forced to do whatever they can. The Crab Tank is deployed, but the Crab Tank is not able to find much. Rainmaker will be reset still, but I mean, Vanguard are still in a bad spot. Cookies is still there. Cookies is still there with the heavy edit.
And a lot of paint to build up special around them. A lot of purple kind of spreading throughout this map. But it looks like Duck's going to retreat here so they can try to get this pop. And it's only Phoenix really trying to contest this. We see the S-Blast go down, but there is the green pop. Duck trying to contain this map control. And Miki not going to be able to get away with it. A little bit too thick to hide behind that pillar. As Cookie's going to try to push up with that heavy edit. Duck trying to push off the advantage to get from these picks.
Yep, right now. Vanguard doing what they can to get out. But Duck are maintaining pressure, maintaining the fight, maintaining the paint. Mickey moving forward with that Hydra and grabbing the Rainmaker, but they're kind of forced to the side. Duck are able to simply get so much. Oh, wait, Vanguard are not done. Vanguard are keeping that Rainmaker alive and are pushing in 3 down onto Duck.
Now they're going to be able to grab this first checkpoint. There's not a lot of paint in front of them, though. They're going to need to grab more. And here comes out the pop. The Crab coming out from Olympian. Gets 1. Gets the tag onto a second. Doesn't get any assists there, but it's enough damage to make them back up. Make them scared, and now Vanguard, they're going down here. They're not able to get the Rainmaker from the checkpoint, and it will reset here back to mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much... it's a start for Vanguard, you know? They're able to at least get that checkpoint. Their next push will allow them to go further, but Duck are still very much in the lead, still had a better push, and right now are preparing that defense over the Rainmaker. Mickey, with the Rainmaker itself, is going in, trying to join that 10 shield. With 2 down onto Duck and another 10 shield. Vanguard are going in.
Here comes out the vacuum.
The vacuum.
Vacuum push ends up getting popped, but you see the strength of Vacuum on Rainmaker here. They brought it out before. You just place it down through that canal, and it's really hard to stop that push. You gotta all focus the Vacuum. And, you know, that leaves you vulnerable to flanks and all sorts of other stuff. It's such a great special to bring here. It's such great use by Vanguard to steal the lead. 30 seconds remaining. 12-point difference here. And despite Duck's amazing start, they're on the back foot.
I mean, right now, Ducks need to push in, but they have the Rainmaker. They know they can do it. They've gotten in their first push now. Can they do it again? Cookies with that Rainmaker and only 25 seconds left is going to go to the right. Can they push to the right? The screen is there to stop them. And right now, Duck is in a very, very bad position, losing players. Cookies don't have time. They don't have time. They can't lose the Rainmaker anymore. And it's the end right there. Vanguard is going to get game number 1. What a game by Vanguard.
What a game. What a clawback there from Vanguard. Such a good start there from Duck. And then Vanguard kind of realized how they were going to play around this comp, and they made a fantastic push all the way through the top there, all the way to 15. Duck weren't able to come back. Not enough time left on the clock for them. Vanguard used, they grabbed map 1 off that. Such a good play. And again, an unconventional comp, and yet Vanguard still managed to come out the victors.
Yeah, I mean, Vanguard, it took them 2 minutes to really get used to their own comp, to get their own playstyle of how to make these weapons work. But they did so. They found the victory right there, and it's on Duck to counter that weird combat Vanguard is bringing us. Now, going in tower control on Museum, this is a kind of map mode where if Duck are able to create that early push, find that early momentum, they could get a KO, Ansonen.
They could get that KO. Tower, kind of like Rainmaker, can be very quick, very aggressive mode. And so, if Duck, Duck played so good on the beginning of that, maybe if they push that advantage and play aggressive like they were kind of towards that beginning, maybe they're able to snag map 2 away, give themselves some breathing room here. But it's Museum. We'll see what comp Vanguard brings out. Take your bets, ladies and gentlemen. It could be anything.
It could be anything. I know Mickey's playing backline tonight, but with CJ, who is Awaken as their IGN, play the Blaster earlier during the tournament, so Vanguard could very much bring a good Blaster to this tower control, which, I mean, for tower control it's always nice to have that. Does it come back though? What does Doug do against that kind of comp? I mean, Doug sticks to their gun. And
okay. It's the big swig? No, I might be a little bit blind.
What do you paint with? Who's painting in that comp? There's no paint! Like,
nobody.
The looter is the painter.
We're no longer playing Splatoon. It's 2 down on the side of Vanguard. It's
Yeah.
2 down on both sides. A little bit chaotic. My mind's still trying to wrap around this comp. Oh,
I mean,
unfortunate pick onto Reiki there. It's gonna be a wipeout on the Vanguard. Duck's gonna grab the first fight.
yeah, Duck able to get the opening, able to simply do better thanks to their classic comp, thanks to their solid comp. Olympian activating that crab tank always so powerful right there. Duck are already at the second checkpoint and looking to get in. Mickey though is going to be punished, and Duck are pushing in. They only have one player left, but they want the extra points. 33 is going to be their score.
That's a great first push coming out from Dog. Vanguard finally able to defend. Now they're going to get a play on the aggressive. And this comp, not a lot of paint, but a lot of kill potential here. Maybe they're going to be able to find something off the back of that. They find a 1-for-1 trade. It's 2 down on the side of Duck as they're on the defense here. As the Cooler's going to go down. See whether or not they can stop Vanguard from popping this first checkpoint. I don't think they will be able to as 2 go down on the side of Duck.
Yeah, right now, lots of points are being scored. We're reaching that second checkpoint. 2 down onto Vanguard, but the bubbler by Mickey will allow the rest of the team to come back. Probably Mickey simply taking control over the zone. Phoenix not able to defend. Can the checkpoint be broken? It looks like Duck are defending well and are going to stop things in their track. Reiki is stopped as well.
Miki,
Ooh,
I think that's 2 for Miki. And that's
And
enough
there's
to get them back on the tower. Bubble
And they
on
have a
board.
bubble.
And that's going to be a lead swap.
That's lead. Huge lead. Vicky
Oh.
is extending that non-stop action with the roller.
They keep playing so well on this roller right now, doing a star performance, a hero performance here to claw back the lead. It's going to be third checkpoint here. They're not going to be able to grab it just yet, but one goes down. And Vanguard's going to try to push forward off the back of that. Phoenix, only one on tower, not going to be able to get splatted. As it's 6 points remaining, 2 down on the side of Duck, but it's 3 down on the side of Vanguard there. The bubble not going to be enough to coast them in as Reiki goes down. Awaken on the left, and it's just farming now as they take out these stragglers.
I mean, Duck able to delay the push, but Vanguard are still on the attack. Mickey going in, only getting a trade, but it's still a lot of points. Phoenix with that editor is going to activate the Kraken. The Kraken is a free super jump spot for the rest of the team. As Duck is struggling to defend still, but Olympian is in there, and it looks like Duck are back to the center of the map, punishing the jumps and getting the drinks. Duck survived that start of the game, but now they have 1 minute and 20 seconds to come back.
It's the same thing as last game. They get put on they get such a good push on the front, and then Vanguard they find that one good push with their specials.
Yeah.
They utilize their comp strengths, unconventional strengths, and they manage to push an advantage kind of late into the game where Duck doesn't have a lot of time to fight back.
Yeah, and I mean, Vanguard are not stopping. Duck are in danger. Cook is forced out, is going to activate the cooler for the friends respawning, but it's so rough for Duck. I mean, Vanguard are non-stop attacking, and back on the attack. Phoenix activating the Kraken is going to punish everybody that wanted to get on the tower. I mean, that's Vanguard for you. They don't stop, Antonin.
They are not stopping. They're putting their gas to the pedal to the gas.
Pedal to the metal. I
As
think.
it's one of those. As
Yeah,
you know, Vanguard's gonna play a little bit slow here. Wait for these specials to get used. 8 seconds left. They know that Duck has to come to them, and they're gonna take those fights. Vanguard 1 down here, but it's 2 down on both sides. Overtime half off. Oh, they managed to get back on this. Booyah, back onto the point. Can Reiki get on? Yes, they will be able to. Vanguard, yet another late game swing to grab map 2.
I mean, it's Vanguard. They're the top team. We know they're the top team. We expect to win these tournaments. Dark, incredible players that I love to see, but right now it's going to be rough for them. They are one game away from elimination. They're in danger. We'll see how they do. So yeah, I mean, Vanguard have been doing things right. We'll see if they're able to keep doing so.
Here, it's going to be Duck on the back foot here. 3 maps in a row to go. They gotta get through Glamblitz, a map that a mode that really favors, you know, that coordinated team play. The experience and longevity of a team working together is really going to shine here. Duck gonna have to pull something out of the bag.
I mean, we saw Duck play very, very well on this map mode, and they need to remember why. They need to remember how. Vanguard right now seem to be doing no wrong. Like their openings are kind of weak, but it doesn't matter. They come back stronger. They get the lead. They keep it. It's rough right now for Duck. Vanguard on their victory lap, and Duck trying everything they can to stay in the tournament now.
Right, everything they can. I mean, second place, you know, you take this, but you want that first. You want to grab that victory against a team like Vanguard. I mean, like, that's bragging rights here. If you can make this victory, it's going to be a comeback here just to get the reset. It's a tough position to be in, but Duck has made each map very competitive. And if they're just able to, again, push that beginning advantage just a little bit more, or stop Vanguard from making those coordinated pushes, maybe take out key members before the fights are able to start, we could see a different outcome.
Yeah. All right. It looks like Duck. What?
Bamboozler. That's a Bamboozler.
That's a bow. That's a big swing. And a wiper. With the backline being the one playing the wiper, and I mean, it's just Vanguard trying to go for as many style points as they can. Duck punishing them. Duck able to maintain cohesion as a team, get momentum, get in. Awaken with that wiper, getting a few good splats though. And trying to go in with 2 down, 3 down. Vanguard are forced out. Duck are still taking more and more control, more and more clans.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's that beginning fight. Duck is so good at taking this and catching Vanguard off their guard here. Vanguard always having adjusted not just their own weapon choices, but to Duck's pace. And here we're gonna see how many claims can they get. How much of a lead can Duck grab? They need to grab as many points as possible here, because Vanguard, once they get into that mid game, once they get past that 3-minute, 2-minute mark, they suddenly awaken.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's fine. And right now, though, there's 2 down onto Vanguard again. Vanguard not able to really put themselves in control yet. It's still Duck taking a lot, and right now both teams are fighting for this mid. Both teams are just waiting for the other team to make a mistake.
Just waiting for the mistake to happen here. 1-to-1 trades here. Duck has the lead, but that killer whale is gonna snag 2 here. It's gonna put Duck on the back foot, but they managed to take Miki out. And that's 2 members down on the side of Vanguard. The chumps are out. It's chumping time. And they're just going to let some of them explode here, as they're going to try to catch Vanguard off guard, trying to push off the back of that. And they managed to do so. Just that. Dark's going to grab Phoenix there. They're going to try to push off this advantage. That's 2 down. A third happened previously. And now it's painting time, trying to get this map control and stall Vanguard as long as possible.
Yeah, Vanguard holding their side of the map, defending as much as they can, but it's still Duck maintaining pressure, pushing it in, getting 2 players down and getting under that basket. All they need is a Super Clam. That Super Clam is ready, is going to try to go in with the Tacticooler. Can Cookies get in? Cookies get splatted, but the rest of the team is still here. Duck going to that basket, reopening it, but losing too many players right there are dead. And that's going to be Vanguard taking control over the map, and they already have a lot of clams ready.
They're in a bad spot there. Here, Chump's coming. The power clam is on Vanguard's side. They're going to immediately pop the bubble, and that's going to be a bunch of clams going in. Can they snag the lead here? They're grabbing their picks, and this is that awakening that they have late into that match. They grab the lead here, 50 points to 56. So they go 3 down. Phoenix trying to come in here with the power clam, but it's not going to be possible. That is going to be a wipeout. It's a close game, but they grab the lead, and we have seen what happens at the back of that 2 matches in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's Vanguard taking the lead throughout the game, and now Duck need another push, but if they get 1 Super Clam in the basket, they get the lead back. That's all they need. 1 super jump with a Super Clam would give them the lead right now. So, Duck, they don't need to do that much in order to come back. And they are next to that basket. They have so many clams, but they lose a player. Right now, they lost 6 clams. They don't have enough for a super. Oh, that's rough for the Ducks. They have a Super Clam ready now. But Vanguard are coming in so strong.
It's 3 down. It's just Olympian. With that power clam left, he can't go down in this scenario. And now, Vanguard, they have a power clam right under the basket. Can they get these clams in? It's a crab to defend. The Bamboozler goes down. Miki with that Wellstring trying to grab some space on the map. 7 clams on board, but it's not going to be enough. They're not able to push past this penalty. And with 20 seconds remaining, 2 power clams on board for Duck. They're gonna have to make something happen. Get some kind of super jump. Ooh, 3 down!
3 down! 3 down!
All of a sudden, Cookies just needs to get this power clam in, and the lead swaps. And that's gonna be overtime pop, and Duck grab map 3.
And that's 1 point on the board for Duck, able to snatch it off of the hands of a Vanguard. Very well played, not giving up, not letting on, getting the extra splats in the end. And again, like Vanguard gave them an extra Super Clam by pushing a bit too fast, a bit too hasty, and they paid the price. Vanguard a bit too confident, I guess.
A bit too confident, like an unconventional comp, and when you're 2-0 and you have a reset on your side, you get to have the opportunity to flex and practice a little bit. Vanguard, a team participating in a lot of tournaments, might have thought to use this as, you know, a cheap way to get some extra weapon practice in, but it's not working out. It didn't work out, and now they're on the back foot here. Duck, if they can push this momentum here off the high of such a clutch play at the end. Here on Brinewater, maybe they can grab map 2 and bring us to that map 5 on to Rainmaker.
Yeah, Rainmaker, not Rainmaker, Zones. Oh yeah, you mean map 5.
Map 5, yeah.
But first we have to go through Zones. We have to go to Brinewater Springs on Zones. And this is also a map mode that Duck won earlier in Losers Finals. So this is another map mode where Duck are hot, which was good for them right there on Umami. So we'll see if they are able to do that again. Vanguard now, they know they have to take it a bit more seriously, and we'll see what kind of weapons they bring. We'll see what happens.
We will see. Brinewater Springs, you know, we've seen, you know, Duck have that pencil. Duck has played this map. it's going to be familiar territory, but you're going up against Vanguard, and you don't know, you can't prepare for what Vanguard's going to choose in this series. There's no expectation here on what's going to be chosen. At the least, you could bet a Hydra coming out from Viki, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna see a Hydra.
There's no Hydra. I mean, I love seeing the ZNF here coming out from Phoenix, though.
Yeah, Phoenix bringing the Zekofin, making with the Jet Squelch. It's going to be the Reflux Deco to control the, to be the front line for Vanguard right now. Duck trying to hold that zone. I mean, trying to get control over the zone. 2 down onto Vanguard. Duck are going to take control, are going to push it. This is Duck. This is what they like to do, to push forward, take control. And now here comes the strikes from Vanguard.
And, you know, they might be lacking a very definitive frontliner here. There's no Gal, there's not a Tetra, there's not a quick respawn character, or weapon. But... Vanguard's getting pushed back here.
That Reflux is a frontline weapon. They don't underestimate that Reflux. And right there, the vacuum is deployed by Mickey, who is trying to get control over the zone, trying to bait it, but only able to neutralize it. The rest of the strikes are going to come to take control. Reiki going in, activating the wall, but that's not enough. Duck lost the penalty, but are able to maintain control over the map. Vanguard are still fighting to set themselves up.
Mickey has to back out here. Dog, 50 points remaining as they work through this penalty. 20 on the clock here. They need to get, they need to stall as long as possible, and I like their positioning to do so. Aura Girl playing up top there with that blaster is going to find a lot of pressure, going to take a lot of specials out. Mickey with that vacuum, not able to grab any picks. And, Control gets swapped, but Duck able to hold on for just a little bit. Tri-Strikes coming out on both sides. And Duck coming out on the top of it. Awaken, though, a spectacular pick onto Dark here.
Yep.
As they now finally get to take a zone.
Yeah, right now, Vanguard are getting the zone for good now, and are scoring points now as Mickey with that jet. I love that jet squelch. I love to have a vacuum and dart on it. I feel like it works really well, especially for zones. And I'm glad to see it in action by Mickey. Right now, Vanguard are holding the zone, no penalty applied, and Duck are trying to get back in.
They are trying to get back in. That's going to be the difficulty against this comp, is the getting back in part.
Yeah.
Just 2 down on the side of Duck compared to just the Zekofin down on Vanguard. And Duck's going to have to try something hard here. The vacuum prevents that member from getting out of danger. And it's 30 left. This lead shall swap, but there's a large chance Vanguard just takes it right here.
Vanguard took the lead, but Duck are still on there. They're able to neutralize the zone. They're not able to take it yet. The penalty's not applied. They do so. Okay, Duck still alive in there. There's a minute and a half left in this game. That's more than enough time to get the lead back. And Duck don't have that much penalty as well.
I don't have that much penalty, and we're going to see if Duck can snag the lead off here. We see that Reef Slider come out. It gets punished. That's 2 on the board for Aura Girl. Can they get Phoenix? Can't get them out, but they do make them jump. You take that any day of the week. And now Duck's going to try to push up here. Phoenix trying to get as much paint as they can on the zone as the missiles come out, neutralizing the zone, but it's not enough. Duck keeps control, but Vanguard finally gets a push off that ramp.
Yep. It's an all-out fight for the zone. It looks like Vanguard are back in control. Penalty applied, but they lost 2 players in the process. Duck are back on there. They don't have that much penalty. With 30 seconds left, they have more than enough time to get the lead.
Booyah catches the reflex there, trying to get off the high ground. And that's a great pick. 20 seconds remaining. Penalty is down to 1. A spectacular flip coming out from Vanguard, but they go down for it, overextending for the paint.
Yeah.
And now it's up to see if Duck can play off the advantage of that. Crab comes out. 10 points remaining. 10 seconds remaining, though. Phoenix, a spectacular pick. Overtime. 3, 2, 1, and Duck grabs it, tying this up 2-2.
Alright, we've been there before. If Vanguard wins this, this is the end of the tournament. If Duck win this, we get a bracket reset. We get more battling pool. Can Duck do the impossible? And beat Vanguard and humble Vanguard? Well, we'll see. Next game is going to be Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, the tournament tiebreaker.
Humpback Pump Track, a map kind of lends itself towards that aggressiveness, especially with Rainmaker. Duck, their beginnings of these matches have been so spectacular. I think this map really kind of benefits their playstyle here, but Vanguard, Vanguard gets the advantage of knowing exactly what Duck's going to bring every single round. They've been very consistent with their comp choices. And does Vanguard decide to play something unconventional, or do they decide to lock in and decide not to risk the reset? Is a question still up in the air with how they've been playing. Do they need to flex to something good? Is also questionable.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how what Vanguard decides to bring for that Rainmaker game. Duck are not done though. They're not giving up. They're playing better and better with each game. And we'll see if they're able to ride that momentum, get more victory, create more surprise in the side of Vanguard. Let's get right in the game, and then this could be the final game of the tournament, of the first game of one more set. And I see a machine on the side of Duck. Vanguard still very much going with weird things, though it's their backliner is playing backline, their frontliner is playing frontline. So I guess Vanguard taking this a bit more seriously.
And weapons I can see excuses for playing here. A competent comp. But Duck, let's see this aggressive start. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Here comes out the Crab. Olympian in a little bit of a pickle. Is it going to try to gap this map control over to center? But the Rainmaker goes the way of Vanguard. Already gets to 73, trying to get to that checkpoint. But the splats come out. It's 2 down on the side of Vanguard. And it's just this last member, Miki, not in the best of positions.
Yep.
And that's going to be a spectacular fight for Duck here.
Yeah, Duck able to take control, able especially to deny the checkpoint is so important for them. Now they grab the Rainmaker, now they want to push forward. They need to get that checkpoint, and with 2 players down onto Vanguard, they're going to go in, but they lose a few too many players right there. That Booyah Bomb is not going to help. Vanguard denying pretty well the push, but Mickey's down. Oh wait, that's 3 down, and Cookie still has the Rainmaker. Wait, Duck getting the checkpoint. That's a very, very nice play by Duck. The Kraken is forcing them out, but they got what they wanted.
And Kraken finds that last pick there. Miki, a spectacular pick to grab. Duck getting staggered a little bit here. As Vanguard are grabbing each splat very well, but then Rainmaker goes down. A spectacular pick there. And now the Booyah comes out, trying to keep control over this Rainmaker. Reiki gonna go down, put themselves in the corner. It's 2 down on both sides here, but the specials are being used by both sides. Olympian's gonna grab 1. Miki's not able to grab anything with that vacuum. And so Duck trying to work this map advantage now.
Yeah, Duck dancing around. They have a very, very small lead. Vanguard, though, not able to win that fight for mid again. Duck setting up the traps, and it works. Vanguard are pushed out, are not able to really keep themselves there. Mickey activating the Kraken is going to be able to delay the push by Duck, but right now it's pretty rough for Vanguard.
Here we go. It's chaotic back and forth here, but Duck, all they need to do is just keep control of this match.
Ooh.
And that's 3 down on the side of Vanguard. They can take these. They can run this. They don't have a checkpoint to worry about. They can slide past that corner and look for some points. This road is the toughest part to push through. But Miki going crazy in the back. The flank working out so well. And Miki with another hero play yet throughout this tournament, showing up when needed. And
yeah, that was
Vanguard
a
have a
huge lead, right?
Vanguard have a real chance to pop this checkpoint, but they don't.
But they're not. They're not able to. The vacuum was not enough to protect the Rainmaker. But as I say that, it doesn't matter. Vanguard break the checkpoint. We're now 1 point away, and Vanguard takes the lead. Push in onto the Street. Phoenix is going to get to 21.
A spectacular position, grabbed it past that large swath of open area that's so hard to push through. And now they're going to try to push this advantage even more. 2 down, it's a delayed third. Vanguard trying to look to knock out here. They have a real chance of doing so.
I mean, they're moving to the left. They know they could get more, but they're stopped before they can extend the lead. Right now with 2 down, Duck are able to get back control, but we're in the last minute of the game, potentially the last minute of the tournament, unless Duck gets the monster come back in this last 30 seconds.
30 seconds remaining, 60 seconds remaining on the Rainmaker as well. Olympian getting pushed from behind. The flanks working out so well for the pressure. They get to 35, but with 16 seconds remaining, as Booyah is going to go in. It's not going to grab anybody. They're going to go down for it. The pop is here, 6 seconds remaining. The vacuum gets popped. This should be a lot of secure. The crab goes by, and with 1 second remaining, Vanguard is going to take this 3-2, deny the reset, and they will become your paddling pool champions.
Yeah, congratulations to Vanguard running whatever that was, and winning the game in style. Congratulations to them. Very nice play by Duck, keeping it alive, keeping the suspense on until the very last second. But yeah, Vanguard shutting it down, getting the victory.
Such good plays from Vanguard there, and Duck made it close. Duck played absolutely well, an amazing start, and clawed this back, almost taking the lead there towards the end. It just didn't work out. Bringing them to a 3-2 is spectacular, and you always take second place. And just a great performance from them. But Vanguard comes out on top here. A spectacular performance throughout the tournament. And yeah.
Yes, this has been a great set, a great paddling pool. But it's time for us to say goodbye, Antonin. And before we go, plug yourself. Where can I find you?
You can find me reliably on Twitter at the down there at Ansonin4. You can find me by searching Ansonin on Blue Sky as well. And you can find me on Twitch at AnsoninFGC, where in about 4 days I'll be streaming more fighting game tournaments and possibly more Splatoon as well.
Yeah. And as for me, if you can't find me on Blue Sky, it's written on your screen right there. That's Padjoltom.bluesky. Huge shout out to Jorian. Jorian, a bit too heavy on the memes here, but we love it anyways. We're going to say goodbye And don't forget, this weekend is going to be the Sendoku Season 7 finale with yours truly to cast some of it. So yeah, can't wait for it. It will be on our friends at IPL Splatoon. Stay tuned for that. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.